Oh, okay. So far, it's looking okay.
Looking good.
How's the sound, everybody? Give you a little more room here, Jim. Oh, 22 seconds into the stream, and no response yet. It's just us. The whole world has disappeared.
It's only
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, I know we always start early because things off times go agley.
Start a minute or two early and
That gives us time to.
see if everything's working.
Hey, blind dude.
Hey, blind dude.
Sound good? Roger that, Douglas. Thank you.
Yep. Hey, Jeff.
Hi, everybody.
Doug.
The disembodied voice says hi. Hi, Terry.
Hey, Terry.
Oh. Okay, everything's going good there.
Looks like we're on.
Well, it's been kind of a fun but frustrating week in terms of I'm actually starting to see some gold now. Up until now, it's all been numbers on sheets of paper, which is emotionally not terribly satisfying. But wow, let's see if we can.
Not too good in that, but
yeah,
it's there.
See if we can get the. Oh, there we go. That one shows it.
One little bead.
That's the half a gram bead there. You know. But anyhow, so we're getting something still overall less than 50% recovery, although some of them we appeared to get about 100% recovery. And so I say we're working on it. This whole fire assay thing basically is new territory for me. Put it in front of your black shirt.
Yeah, it might help a little, but
doesn't do too much good.
No.
Let's see, it's awfully hard. Yeah, it's weird. Really hard to see.
There he goes.
Oh,
gonna have it all over the room in a minute.
Ye have little faith. Little one's right there too. I can't. Okay.
That's better than in that tube.
Yeah, there's the half a gram gold bead there.
That's what I said, Chris.
What?
Good way to end up with it all over the room. Be vacuuming the carpet and burning vacuum cleaner bags.
Anyhow, so I say we're making beads. The recovery is highly variable. Hi, Tricky.
Hey, Tricky.
And I'm not sure how much is due to losses in the ashing of the resin part, how much is in the fluxing and crucibling part, and how much is in the cupelling part. There's three different things there where we have, potential for significant losses. And so we got a lot of experiments to do. I need to get this to where it's not only repeatable and reliable,
right,
but preferably something robust in terms of if you make a little mistake, it doesn't cost you a lot. You got some slack there. So we're trying to figure out a number of factors. I have litharge on the way, Chris. Probably be here next week. And I'd like to thank Prospector Trip. He's sending me some silver. He does some silver refining. So he winds up precipitating silver out of nitric acid solution, and which means it's nice and finely divided and pretty darn good for what I need. And it may not be absolutely pure, but I don't care. And so I want to thank Matt again. He's been helpful several times, and it's worked well. We got the litharge on the way, Tricky. We're looking at doing some potential fire assay and stuff in the future too. Besides, as long as it's a reasonable expense, I'm not paying for it. I try and keep things as modestly priced as possible, but it's not my pocket that it's coming out of. So as long as it's a reasonable expense, we might as well do it pretty well. So probably not going to do too much in the way of smelting until that shows up. And I got some other ideas. If I run out of other stuff to do, I might just go out there and play some games anyhow. But the MIBK ought to be here shortly, the methyl isobutyl ketone. And so when that shows up, then I go back to the spot test research to try and see if I can get that assay technique down while I wait for the answer. By having 3 or 4 different projects underway at once, when I get to a point, I say, okay, I need something else, I can order that and then set it to the side, pick up something else. Hey, Sin.
Hey, Sin.
And keep kind of leapfrogging that way. That way I stayed fairly busy.
Right.
And that helps a lot. I also need to finish the instructions for the, I think I explained to everyone the instructions that came with the furnace are rather poorly worded. And the distributor agrees with that. It's the manufacturer. The distributor, on the other hand, and he said something that I think is perfectly legit. He said, I've been using these things so long, I'd be terrible for writing instructions because I don't know what you don't know.
Right.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'll finish writing the instructions now that I've got, I think, all my questions answered at this point. I'm also going to write a sample heat profile sheet that'll have a graph on top where you can actually put in your heat profile, and then a series of lines with the actual keystrokes you're supposed to do. And the burn-in sequence, I'll have that kind of as an example, and then a blank one so that you can copy it. And then I'll call up the distributor and say, for a news on-off switch, I've got some instructions I bet you could use. So
Just be sure you do it in a joking way there and send them anyway.
yeah, but I'll be willing to bet you I can get that on-off switch at a bargain basement price. But at least other people won't be sitting out there in the middle of nowhere where they got no cell phone coverage going, how the heck does this thing work again? So anyhow, I'm planning on doing that. There's another thing. Next time I'm making some beads, there's a phenomenon I want to video. I did it this time, but the camera shut off due to low battery without the display shutting off. So it was kind of annoying. I got home and expect them. I'm not going to claim warranty on that. But yeah, I think he'll enjoy the video too. But I'd be willing to bet you I can pry a free switch out of him and for some good instructions and some blank worksheets, so to speak, for his customers. But anyhow, it's really neat.
That's what he was trying to do.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, Chris.
Yeah.
Because that big bead I made, I was watching it and I saw the blick, but it looked like not only does you get that light phenomenon, but it looked to me like the bead actually grew. right at that time, it actually expanded. And you notice in the previous video, we're looking at the exact same bead when it's hot and when it's cold, and they look different sizes substantially. I mean, it's not a, yeah, oh, is that a little bigger? It's like, no, that looks a lot bigger. So I'm thinking that what happens is, and for what everyone else, the blick is as the bead in a fluid state cools down, when it solidifies, in order to solidify, it has to give up energy. Because in order to make it liquid, you have to add energy. So to cool, it has to give up energy. And when it does that, in the case of a bead like that, it actually glows for a second. I mean, and it's not a subtle glow. It's like, did that glow? It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
But it also looked to me like you could see it grow at the exact same time period that it was glowing. It was actually, growing.
Right. Exactly, Chris.
I say, and I wanted to measure that because I was holding the camera steady on bead number 2 when it did that, and the camera refused to record it. But that way I could play the recording, freeze frame, put a ruler up against the screen and measure the side, how big it was, and then after the blick, do it again. But it was a really cool phenomenon. So I will get it here, and you can all see what I'm saying. And then we can also determine how much bigger the solid bead is than the liquid bead, because it looks to me like you're looking at a density decrease that's substantial. I'm saying it, I mean, it appears to me like the bead grows in diameter by like 25 to 33%. And in which case that would mean that liquid gold is actually substantially denser than solid gold, which is, something that's really, really odd. Most solids are denser than the liquid state. But anyhow, I will catch it. I will put a video up on it. And yeah, he has. But he's shown the blick from a distance, but not from that far away. I mean, I was close and zoomed in. The whole cupel was bigger than the screen. And so it should have been very easy to see. I shall get it later, because another thing too is this big bead here. Doesn't that sound good? Is just essentially a compilation of all the smaller beads, so you don't lose them. And so that's something I'll be doing here shortly. Once I get, a half a dozen more beads or something, and then I fuse them all together, that'll be perfect, because that'll give me a big bead, and it'll take time to do it. I understand, Lars. I was holding it back.
That's the next step, Lars.
Excuse me. Take off non-existent hat. I say this is something I'd like to check, because it looks pretty dramatic. So I want to see. But yeah, I will get it on video. I will get it on close, because I could zoom in, and I'm still this far away. It's not going to melt anything, and get that phenomenon well recorded, and also be able, again, by bracing my hand against the shelf, the camera is not moving. And so when the blick happens, we'll have a before and after from exactly the same distance. And that should be like way cool. I'm looking forward to it. If you can get a higher frame rate, it might help. Oh my God. Does that requires like reprogramming something?
The camera. Yeah.
Yeah.
That requires Bear being able to handle tech.
Yeah.
Ain't happening.
Yeah. I'll be able to handhold it pretty good, Chris, because I'll be putting the cupel on the shelf on those pavers, and then I can just put my hand neck, embrace it against the shelf, and that will hold it
Steady.
real well.
Yeah, it's
I-
fairly quick anyway.
I'm sure it has a faster frame rate and stuff. Well, the nice thing about the GoPro, well, I don't know, because the GoPro is it black? I think it's black, right?
Yeah.
So if you had a clear acrylic case, the GoPro might melt in the case before the case melted.
Maybe. I don't know.
Otherwise, you could see the case starting to melt and you go, oh, it's time to get the GoPro out of the danger zone. And so, yeah. It's a really cool phenomenon, folks. So I am going to get that in detail in the not too distant future. And that's going to be interesting. Another thing that is fascinating, when Jim and I were out there a couple days ago, the last couple of tests we ran seemed to get really high recovery rates.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, assuming that's not due to anything else, it's just we had a formula that was working well. So we tried to scale it up. We doubled everything, twice as much resin, twice as much, soda ash, twice as much everything. And it didn't work worth a crap. Okay.
Yep.
And this is something, it's a very, very important principle. Some things don't scale up reliably. Okay. Some things are pretty easy. For example, well, if you've got a loader that has a 1 yard bucket and you put a 2 yard, get a loader with a 2 yard bucket.
I agree, Chris.
It's, you can maybe multiply that pretty reliably, but stuff like this, you must test. Okay. Tom, can you read sign language?
Which Tom is that?
Arizona prepper.
Parrish.
Hey, Parrish.
Anyhow, he's the guy down in Tucson that's handling my old business down there and taking it over and stuff.
Hey,
Yeah.
Parrish, keep giving him crap.
Hey, Tom, it's technical stuff.
Well,
You wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
Now, I got to say, Arizona Prepper is one of the hardest workers you've ever seen when he wants to. When he's interested in something or whatever, the guy's amazing. He's actually quicker at kettle corn than I am, marginally, but he is faster. And so say if Tom wants to do it, he can put an amazing amount of energy in it.
If he doesn't want to do it, forget it.
Yeah. He's not, you can't really persuade him or whatever. It's like, I don't care. And that's pretty much the end of the discussion. But he's pretty smart too. He's not nearly as well educated as, say, Chris or me. And Chris is more educated than I am. But he's inherently a fairly sharp character. Okay.
And man, can he clean a house. Ultimate clean freak, incredibly frugal person.
Yeah,
Totally cool.
he is very frugal too, yeah. But anyhow, so I say that's let's see, I was talking about something or other. I forget. Oh, scaling up.
Scaling, yeah.
Yeah. Say certain things you can make predictions about scale up that work pretty well. Other things don't necessarily go well. So I'm not sure who that is. It looks like Arabic maybe, but I can't do that now.
Chris or somebody can.
Actually, what you do is you do this and you go Control C. Then you go over here. Then you hit Translate. Control V. Okay. Enter text. Control V. Man, Arizona, Iran, Banama. See, now that is translated to one thing. Control C. Persian. Okay. It's from someone from Iran. Let's see. So it's gone from written Persian to some other. So let's see. No, come on. Let's see. English. I'm watching your program from Iran. Please leave it for the Persian subtitles program to use your tutorial.
You don't want to do that.
I don't know how to do Persian subtitles. I'm not interfering with it. If you can make it do that, then go for it.
Translate.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Computers do weird things. I have noticed on some of my videos that it's doing an automatic translation when you look for subtitles or whatever, and it's doing a good job. So he can probably, if he can get this to do it into subtitles and then switch to Persian, he can probably get a translation.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure who you are, but welcome.
It might, Chris, after it's loaded.
Yeah, it may have to do it on the new one.
Yeah, when it's.
But yeah, when it comes to scale, and this is really, really important. People will sit there and they'll do something on a small scale, like they have a little sluice box and do something. It's like, wow, it's working great. And then they go and put a big wash plant in and it's not working anymore.
Right.
Okay. So you have to be very, very cautious when you're doing scale up. This is also why it's a great idea, if you can, to take a bulk sample to like an equipment manufacturer or whatever. If somebody says, well, my table will separate that, or my,
right.
Okay, take them a couple hundred pounds.
Test it.
And then you can see what his equipment will do on your actual ore. And if you don't use a lot of caution in these sort of things, it can wind up really costing you in the end. Okay, don't assume that you can do a scale up and things are going to work fine. And it may be something like, oh, the chemistry works fine, but the materials handling sucks now.
That's what happens at Placer. The material becomes the issue.
You're welcome. And so that's really important. That's why we spend so much time doing these inexpensive tests that are annoyingly time consuming. It really is not that much fun. But like when I got that, we had 2 samples in a row that seemed to recover pretty well.
We did pretty well.
Yeah. So all we did was doubled it and the recovery went to crap. Okay. It's like, okay, stop right there. See if we can tweak it. If not, go right back
to the where you were,
to the 1 gram. Do the same formula again. Hey, Mr. Virtue, and make sure that it was actually working. It wasn't some kind of weird anomaly. And another thing is, in this particular situation, we have a heat profile. How fast you're bringing the charge up, because you're trying to destroy the resin while capturing the gold from it, etc. So you have a wide variety of heat profiles. You need to start at ambient temperature and get up somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000 degrees. Okay. Between A and B, there's a lot of possibilities. Okay. We're using the resin, borax, soda ash, potassium nitrate, lead. Was that 5 different ingredients?
Yep.
Okay. What seemed to make the most difference was adding the lead.
Lead. That made a big difference.
That seemed to make a lot of difference. Now we're going to change from adding metallic lead, which was some old split shot I had, to adding lead oxide, which is called litharge, and it's used in fire assay. It's one of the major ingredients there. And that is a source of oxygen for the resin also. Which equipment was used on the upsized samples? The exact same furnace and everything.
Yep.
We didn't change anything except the size of the sample. We're, I lost my train of thought again. Man, a lot of trains getting derailed today. So we're doing a lot of different things, and I don't know. Why don't you write the chemical equations in balance? Because right now I'm doing it fairly roughly, but when it comes to like the litharge, we'll probably do a molecular balance to determine how much litharge will it take to oxidize how much resin completely, and then try and get, instead of using potassium nitrate, which is a pretty violent oxidizer, and the litharge, which is a more gentle oxidizer, and see if we can't use that to oxidize the resin and slow things down. As you saw in the last 2 videos, there were times when things were happening pretty vigorously inside that furnace. No, I have not, BR. There's, I probably want to at least put borax on to cover it.
Yeah, because we're destroying the resin at the same time, taking it into the profile. We
could certainly eliminate the potassium nitrate and see what happens. The soda ash, it has some oxygen in it, so that might work to provide enough. Yeah, and that's what's happening, Chris.
That's exactly what we think's happening, Chris.
We think that's one of our major, if not the major loss. We're not sure exactly what's going on, but we don't want to see that kind of thing. We don't need flour. We don't need another fuel in there. The resin is the fuel that's burning, and we don't need any more fuel at this point. And yeah, that sounds about right, Chris. Let's say the next melt, I'm going to try probably just borax, one with borax and soda ash, and another one that I'm thinking of here. I'm not even going to tell you because you're going to tell me it won't work, and you'll probably be right, and it'll make me feel stupid. So I'm just going to try it. And we're not putting any carbon in at this point, although that could be. Can the resin take the place of the borax? No, not the borax. It can take the place of the flour, but not the borax. I didn't break it. I merely modified it.
Yeah.
Okay, Pat?
Just a little.
I already have a plan on that.
Yeah.
I explained it earlier. See, and Chris may be right. Use less soda ash. Okay. So, Chris, what would you consider a good ratio to be on that borax resin melt that you're talking about? Some amount of silica may be desirable. Ratios, please. Ratios. And I'm using diatomaceous earth for silica right now because I can. Mm-hmm. I've got some. It's really fluffy compared to silica sand, but I don't have any silica sand. So What the heck?
Didn't try any more of those glass beads?
No. When I put real glass in there, it got really thick. Okay, smoking. Be that way. See if I care. I'll be okay in a minute.
If you're not wrecking stuff, you're not working hard enough. That's what I was always told.
I'm better now smoking. But yeah, I also, somebody suggested I get some Satanite, which I really like that name. I think that's pretty cool. But it's a paint-on ceramic coating to help protect the inside of the furnace, especially the floor. Okay. And thank you, Chris. So anyhow, the idea is to protect the bottom of the kiln should there be a spill, because the fluxes that we're using dissolve stuff. You can take some of those crucibles I've been using, stick your finger inside, and you can feel where it, no, not scrape it. You just pull your finger and you can feel there's a cavity in the bottom where you, all of a sudden it gets thicker wall as you come up. It's like, okay, yep. Yeah, I did on the mat. That's why I added a couple of grams of soda ash and then just remelted it. And that's where I got that bead. It's nice to have the book, but it's got so much information in it. I say it'd be nice to take a semester class in it. That would work pretty well. I'm really a novice or worse at this, but it's very educational and interesting.
You got to start somewhere.
But yeah, we're trying different things and seeing what happens and kind of dialing it in from there. I've got, let's see, I've used 20, let's see, there's less than 20 grams out of 200 grams of resin so far, about 15. So I got a lot I can still do. Oh, I'm sure we will, Jeff. We still haven't even started working on like electrolytically stripping the resin too. Speak for yourself, Mr. Virtue. I always feel like an alien. Actually, I do to a certain extent feel like an alien because so many people don't seem to think from what I'm.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know, it's like
world's changed.
Why are they doing that? You know, makes no sense. It's like, remember when you were a teenager and people would party till they puke, and then wake up unconscious and covered with stuff the next morning and not remember anything?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, let's see if I got this right. You're going to poison your body, risk serious physical injury because of your lack of ability to function.
That's a judgment call.
Get sicker than a dog, wake up the next morning with a horrible headache, and not even remember any possible fun you might have had. Can you please explain to me why that makes any sense? Never made any sense to me at all. Okay. Now, here's another thing. My brother thinks differently than me. And sometimes that comes in very handy because he looks at stuff from a different angle. Sometimes I think he's crazy. Sometimes he thinks I'm crazy.
Yeah.
You know, but we get along well, which is the most important thing. And we can discuss things. But he has a son. Now, this kid's pretty bright. Okay. His daughter's pretty bright too, but she's more emotional. His son is cold-bloodedly ruthless in pursuit of his goals. If he needs to do something and it's going to take a year to do it, doesn't matter. If he wants to achieve the goal and that's the path, done. When he went to college, he went and he was going to go for a business degree because he wanted to be a hot shot in a big company.
Mhm.
Okay, upper management. He gets there and he's checking things out, and the professors basically said, "Oh, the big thing now is supply chain management. That's the hot field." Next semester, he was supply chain management major, you know, and that's how he is. So, a couple things. Number one, he went to college in Phoenix from Yuma, Arizona. He got his dad to co-sign on a 4-bedroom house that was within a mile of the light rail.
Yeah.
He rented out the other 3 bedrooms to other college students.
Yeah.
The whole time he was there, never paid a payment on that house because the other renters were paying the payment and utilities. Left college, his housing didn't cost him anything, and now he could rent the other bedroom too, and he's making a profit on a home that he bought essentially for nothing.
Yeah.
Now that's smart.
That's how you're supposed to do it, I
Now,
guess.
My brother told him when he was going to college, he says, you need to use your head. Always be the designated driver. And he's saying, well, that's no fun. I mean, I don't get to party. He says, no. Designated driver. He says, why would I want to do that? Think about it. 2:00 in the morning. All the other guys are unconscious drunk. The girls are all higher than a kite and horny, and you're the only functional male left. Okay. Now, does that give it a different viewpoint here? He's like, when you put it that way. Now that's some fatherly advice. I'm telling you.
Process there.
Yeah, but it's amazing when you just look at things from a different angle. Sometimes you can come up with a really good idea. But that's what we're doing here. Chris has some ideas. I've still got lots of ideas left on the furnacing. We're still working on the assay test. I'm pretty confident at this point we can probably make it work because I'm pretty sure I was precipitating gold out of solution. What's your interpretation, Chris? Was that brownish powder from the capillary tube things that you think I was precipitating gold? Because that's my guess. And if I was, then by further acidification, it was then going back into solution, which means I should be able to extract it with the MIBK. I tell you what, it's a weird world out there nowadays. But be working on that. Plus the super secret project.
Well, just keep.
And silver and or gold. Yeah. Silver isn't soluble in dilute aqua regia, though, is it? Because I was using both hydrochloric and nitric. So my thought it was gold. Otherwise, the silver wouldn't have redissolved, I wouldn't think, with all that chloride ion floating about. So have you got any mining done in the last week or for the next? No, see?
Watched you.
Slacker, I tell you. Yeah, you did come out and help me that one day. Yep.
Yeah, watched you.
You just have to be able to fix it yourself, Johnny. But besides, while he was there, he was monitoring everything. Yeah, that's my thought too, Tricky. It would make silver chloride, which would then be insoluble and would not redissolve later. Yeah. So anyhow, my thought is that, if I can take that gold, turn it to gold chloride in solution and extract it into the MIBK, and the test paper works pretty much the same way as the old Kodak test paper did, should be able to make this work without too much trouble. The test paper is my big question. We shall see how it all works. Let's see. Oh, and the other thing is too, we're using lead as a collector metal right now. It seems to make a big difference. We could use silver as a collector metal, folks, and then you can dissolve the silver in nitric acid. If you use about think it's about 6 to 8 parts silver per part of gold. You can pound it into a foil, dissolve it in nitric acid, and then you pull it out. And what's left is pretty much pure gold, which you can then smelt into a bead or an ingot or whatever. The silver that's in the nitric acid, you add a little bit of salt at a time, and as you do, you'll see a white precipitate form. When it stops precipitating, just stop, filter that out. That's silver chloride, and that you could put in the next crucible, you know? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, Chris. Do you think the acid environment will break up that thioion or not? Not sure. But so anyway, we may also have to put something in it to make sure we neutralize that somehow. Not sure. They playing games. We'll see what happens. It would be nice to know everything, but if you knew everything, you couldn't learn anything, right?
No, you need to go through the learning curve or the U-turns or whatever.
Did you take over for a minute?
Yeah.
So he's gonna do something he brought with him here.
I thought I would go into lease agreements as far as placer mines. I mean, some of this would hold true for your hard rock claims and stuff too. Whether you're trying to find somebody to mine a claim that you already have, or you're trying to lease a claim to go mine on, like we do in most cases. Basically, your lease of property is an agreement between the property holder and you or your company. You want to set that up, as an agreeable solution to both of you, so you're both benefiting from at least doing the test work on the property. You'll start with an exploration agreement, and then that eventually rolls into a mining agreement automatically, so that you're protected as you spend money going into the property. You're protected that they can't just say, oh, gee, you found something. All right, you're out of here. So you have to put that, you have to have that figured into how you write your agreement. Your first season in your agreement is usually just your work commitment. What are you going to try to go onto the property and do as far as your testing and identify something that's mineable? So you got to sit and work on your terms of the agreement, figure out what's going to work for you, what's going to work for the actual property owner or mineral holder. Your second season, your first full year, really, the work commitment will have like a minimum amount of work you have to do to maintain the contract, so that part of that benefit is going to that claim holder. You're actually doing something. You're not tying it up for 3 years waiting for price or something else. You have to be doing some work to bring the property forward. At that point, you're working on your plan development. You're trying to figure out, once you get your testing, what do we have to build? Like, let's just say some settling ponds, that type of thing. How do we figure out a plan development that's going to work to make this fit together? Your infrastructure, what do you have to do as far as infrastructure? Set your testing limits. Figure out a royalty, and I will get into the royalty issues here in a few minutes. And then you're working on a reclamation plan right from the get-go. You want to look at how you're planning on mining the property, how you can minimize the movement of material that you'd be moving around, and how easy it is to put it back into something, as far as a decent environment again. I'm just asking questions there. After you get past the exploration agreement part and plan development, Another issue you want to look at is, right to conduct operations. You want to have that in your contract, that you have an irrevocable right at this point to be on that property, have access to that property, and do what's necessary to bring the property forward as a protection for you. Because like I say, as you start to spend money into this project, you do not want somebody to pull the carpet out from under you.
Especially if you hit something really valuable, which is when they really want to pull it from you.
That's why you want that right to conduct operations, because it gives you an irrevocable right that if you do get in there and it becomes something that nobody ever thought that they would actually see, they can't say, oh, gee, my son Johnny wants to mine it now, you're out of here. They cannot do that to you. Once you have that irrevocable right positioned in that contract, hey Bryce,
amazingly,
and this can happen, guys, and that's
the more people want to change the agreement.
Well, and that's a reason for the agreement, because a lot of things over a period of a year or two change. People's attitudes, their concepts, they talk to somebody else, and you want to have everything in your contract on the get-go going in that you can protect yourself.
Or they could die.
Yeah, right. And you could end up dealing with their kids or their wife or somebody you had no plan on wanting to deal with.
Yeah, you need to make sure that the contract has it in the wording, if the owner dies, then this contract is still enforced to the heirs and this and that.
Correct. Yeah. This would be an open-ended contract, basically. Once you go through your exploration and start to actually find something that's worth mining, let's just say you've got 2 years of reserves blocked out on this property. And we'll get to this as we go through here, but the only one who can break this contract would be you as the miner. As long as it's correct, it's written correctly in the agreement.
Well, in terms of you're not breaking the agreement, but the only one who can discontinue your activities is you.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. You want to make sure that they own the mineral rights, and I'm going to get to that in a few minutes also, Chris, that there is no liens, you're not in a bad spot. BR, as far as your question on 5 acre or less small miner here in Montana, they could basically, DEQ is the one who is going to set the bonding for that property, the Department of Environmental here in Montana. You're probably looking at a minimum of a $10,000 bond. And depending on the acreage in your plan, how you're going to start ripping things up. I mean, if you're going to strip 5 acres at one time, they could set that bond as high as $100,000 just to make sure that you put the 5 acres back the way you're supposed to.
All at one time. 5 acres.
I mean, a minimum though, they're probably going to have you posting a $10,000 bond. And like I say, that's actually through the small miners exemption, going through the Department of Environmental.
Now, is that on BLM land too?
That's on BLM, yeah. Forest Service would be pretty close to the same.
They allow you.
Well, Forest Service will have more hoops than BLM, but yeah, exactly, Bryce. You pretty much can guarantee it's going to be a $10,000 because that just make sure that you're going to reclaim it. You're going to do what you say you're going to do. Well, it's really a bond, Mr. Virtue. It's, if you went through your insurance company or your banker, you may be able to bond that for, 10%. $1,000 will bond that $10,000.
Mr. Virtue, this is what they call a reclamation bond. You're not buying the land.
Right.
It's giving you the right to disturb the land. And this is their guarantee that the restoration of the land is paid for and the taxpayers aren't going to have to fund it themselves.
Correct, Bryce, a surety bond.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the ownership of the property or anything else. That's purely reclamation.
But getting back to your right to conduct operations, you have the right then to your exploration, bringing the property forward in development, and then on to productive operations, basically where you get to start producing gold in a placer situation. I'm already dizzy. You want, in the agreement, you want the owner's reservation of royalty, which is a gross royalty normally in a gold situation. They get their percentage of gold off the top before expenses or anything. Basically a flat deal. I will get more into royalty here in a few minutes, but then you need to decide on royalty payment, how you're going to work that with the claim holder, or if you're the claim holder, how you want it written in the contract. Whether that's weekly, monthly, every time the sluice box is cleaned up, or maybe an advanced royalty, which if you've been following some of the stuff on Gold Rush, some of these guys are advancing the royalty. They're taking the landowner, X amount of ounces of gold going into the season so that a good part of their royalty is prepaid. That way there's not a lot of argument in what's happening out on the job site if you have a 2-week delay or whatever. In your contract, you want to make sure that the owner of the property or mineral holder has right to all geological information, the mine plan, rights to inspect the operation, which can be specific. He has a right to come out every Saturday and look at what you're doing and what you're destroying and what you're putting back. You want a little bit of control as the miner on that also, but you want to make sure you give that owner what should be his.
Well,
because
the owner or his designated
representative, exactly. And I've got a pretty good contract put together that I can eventually get printed here and maybe get it up as a PDF or something. It won't happen here within the next few days, but we'll try to get it up on Keith's site. You definitely want a right to access, and if there's access issues, it's up to the claim holder or owner to fix those access issues. Ouch.
Yeah, well,
that's a nasty little fine.
Well, that's what happens if you don't do what you said you were
going to. No, and that's why they're doing what they're doing to us, is guys didn't do what they said they were going to do.
Yeah.
If you can come up with a good program and a good plan and can follow through with it, if you go on to a second site possibly, or to go do another job like here in Montana, if they know you did a good job on the last one, there's a good chance they're going to be a little more lenient on the next one with you. If you really screwed up the last go around, you could get banned from ever mining. And there's a few guys who are banned from mining in the state of Montana because of their reclamation problems they created.
Keep going.
All right. The next line item, you basically want a conduct of operations in your contract. As far as your good faith, that you're going to operate professionally and lawfully, have the contract or have your permitting and your things that you need to do. And just some baseline rules of trying to do it correctly. And you can always work with the landowner or whatever if there's issues, but you really want to have this kind of stuff spelled out in your contract. You want to have a line item for permitting and approvals, and should you need that landowner or mineral holder to help you with that permitting and stuff, that should be a mandatory issue that he helps you and represents the property. And you should have a clause basically that's in there that's an owner representation of property and title and the rights, to make sure that if there becomes a problem down the road, that you find out he doesn't own 100% of the mineral rights, or something that didn't come up in the initial, checking with the county and things like that. You want to make sure that he has to defend the title of the property and fix the defects, because you don't want to end up doing that as the miner. You're going to have plenty of things to pay for in creating this, mine to begin with. You want to, as the miner, you want to have a voluntary termination back to the holder. If you decide that, hey, I've spent enough money on this property, I'm not finding what I want, I'm going to voluntarily sign back this thing and I'm walking. I'm going down the road to look for another property. And sometimes on these things, you have to do that. You know, if your results aren't getting better as you learn more and more about the property, it's time to walk away, go find another property before you've spent too much. You want to have a line item in there as far as termination for material breach. And that could be against you or against the holder, depending on what the breaches or what the problems or failures from either party are. And you want to protect both of you that way. Is if something's not getting done, whose job was it to get it done in a reasonable amount of time? Oh yeah, we're getting there, Chris. We're getting there.
Well, when you're talking about
material breach, right? A material
you
breach
also
could
need
be
to
just
specify
that.
where it gets litigated.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And we can get into this a lot deeper. I'm kind of giving you kind of an overthrow of things you want to think about in a contract, whether maybe you own a claim and somebody comes to you and say, hey, we want to lease that. You want to know what you need to see in a contract as well as being on the other side, leasing a piece of property. Yeah.
Yep.
You want to put in there a right to remove your equipment from property and give yourself time that, okay, you're done mining. You can't have the guy come back and say, all right, you're done mining. You got 10 minutes to have everything off the property. It can't work that way.
And avoid using phrases like a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, no, specify amounts.
A month,
yeah,
whatever it
a
is.
month, 6 months, whatever. You're exactly that. The devil is in the details, and if you don't have the details specified, you're creating your own nightmare.
Yeah.
You want to have basically an assignment of rights or obligations within the contract that maybe in this instance, as the miner, if I lease this, I can't turn around and sell this lease to somebody else. So it's a protection for the property owner as well as it is for the miner. It's like, no, this is the agreement. And if you want to negotiate for, an obligation to sell it to another operation, or maybe sell yourself as a company out to another company, that's something that could probably be negotiated. But in most cases, you don't want to sign your rights over to somebody that's going to mine it, and then they have an out with it. They can sell it to somebody else. Now you got somebody on your property you don't even know.
Well, and you also have a question: what happens if you die? What happens to your rights?
Exactly. Basically, they end because now you've got a termination. A material breach issue. The work is not getting done. The contract's not getting fulfilled. Therefore, the contract is over.
Well, but suppose your wife is now sitting there without money. Should you have? I mean, and again, this is it. You don't have to do it one way or another, but it's something you need to think of when you're making the contract. Does my wife have the right, if I die, to try and continue the operation, or to bring someone else in to continue ramrodding the operation or something like that? What rights does she have? Does the landowner have the right to buy it out? She has this right to maybe attempt to continue, but he doesn't want to. And he says, well, here, I'll give you $20,000 cash. You just sign it over to me.
Right.
You got to think of these things. Once the contract's signed, getting it changed can be a lot more difficult.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, Douglas, it isn't, but I will try to get it in a PDF file, and we'll get it posted up there, and we will tell everybody that it's there, if they want to get a copy and look at it or take it, because I'm going to put up some information on the board here in a few minutes to kind of go over royalties and different ways it can be handled and stuff. And it's kind of an outline and it's a base to start from. It's not the end all be all, but it's what I've learned in the business. And it gives you a place to start as far as working on royalty and things like that. All right, we did assignment of rights and obligations, kind of went over that. You want a confidentiality agreement in there as far as the operation and what the agreement says. That keeps the mineral holder from going out and mouthing off at the bar and everything else.
Yeah. Tom just sold me the turkey dicky.
Yeah.
Told you, Tom.
Yeah. He'll work you to death in the Philippines too, and it's really nice and warm.
Tom sold me.
It sold you.
Yeah.
Wow, Tricky's getting a bad deal.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not such a bad deal, but Tom.
Well, let me put it this way. If I were selling anybody to Tricky, it would be Parrish. Because Parrish, when he wants to, can outwork even the bear.
Well, the thing is, too, he likes warm temperatures. Me, I like it a little cooler. This isn't too bad right now.
No, I like this weather
This
actually.
is good. Yeah, you're not
40 degrees out. It's doable. But all right, going from confidentiality, I mean, that's something that you want between you and the landowner. You want everybody to keep their mouth shut. You don't need them down at the bar telling everybody what's going on up there and all that stuff. So you definitely want to have in the agreement a confidentiality of operations, what's being taken, how good things are. Just everybody keep their mouth shut.
Yeah.
You want a force majeure clause also, because if you are in a situation of delays, whether that be permitting delays, weather delays, like here we get snowstorms at odd times, things like that. You don't want to lock yourself into, I got to do this much work every month in order to hold this contract. If conditions aren't right, you can't be there doing it. So you definitely want room to move in the contract as far as, if something that's completely out of your control holds you off. And I'll give you, for instance, is MSHA walks in and shuts you down for 30 days because of some mine regulation.
Where they changed the law.
Well, that too. I mean, we're in that situation right now where we don't know what the laws necessarily are 3 months, 6 months, a year from now. Mm-hmm. And if you're in this site, you've got all this money put into this project, and they walk in and say, we're shutting this down for right now until we can get this figured out. You don't want that to void your contract. Yeah. So you have to have a force majeure clause in your contract and it could be a tornado. It could, who knows? Flooding.
An epidemic.
Yeah, an epidemic in this case of what we've just gone through, where you can't put a crew on site, you can't get any work done. You do not want that to interfere with your contract. So you definitely want to have that kind of a clause in your contract as far as delays and things that are out of your control, completely out of your control. All right, I'm going to put up this royalty thing a little bit, and we'll talk about it for a little bit. And I didn't figure on making a huge deal out of this tonight, but I thought I could start to bring this stuff forward to you guys.
Did you bring your pens?
Yeah, I do. I have my pens. We can, and bring this stuff up that it kind of gives you some ideas and things to think about.
Yeah, resort dog. A lot of people should think about that more carefully.
Actually, in everything you do in your life, you should have an escape figure. If you put money into it, what's the worst case that can happen? And how do I salvage the pieces of that if I have to basically lose, what I had and walk away, or however that works? You do want to look at the escape side of it. How to get out.
Can you walk away?
Or can you? Yeah. I mean,
you get a girl pregnant, you can't just walk away. You're on the hook for 18 years.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can't undo.
Hey, Resort Dog, were you the one that said something about some litharge last night? Somebody commented something right at the end, and I couldn't comment back because it times out. You need to come towards me a little bit. You take the whole thing over there. It's nice to have more room now, huh?
Yeah. I don't know. At some point, we'll figure this deal out.
You could, Tom, because you can hide.
Well, Terry, some of what I did here was, using some stuff from some other people as well. It's really not my deal completely. I can't take total credit for it because I asked a lot of different mining guys and things. What are you doing? What are you doing? Can I have a copy of, that contract? Would you white out the things you don't want me to see? And that's kind of how I built this, because I couldn't go on the internet and say Placer Mining lease agreement and it threw up a bunch of information. There isn't any. Wow. So, there's just things guys have said.
Yeah.
And so I just started trying to put something together and had my lawyer look through it and everything. And they're like, hey, this is pretty cool, And so I'm not going to take full credit for this. There's a lot that went into this that, I had help from outside on. So I'm not looking to, have a copyright on it or anything at all. What about you? All right.
There we go.
All right. Up here, I put some options. And these are things that I've worked with different ways. Basically, within a royalty lease, you can do kind of the normal thing you see in most of these, or here, like on Gold Rush, is a recovery royalty. And I've calculated this based on what I've seen in my costs and equipment and, what it really takes to do this and still be able to, make some money or be able to move forward in the project. From 0 to 100 ounces, this is a base, and we'll go into that as we go through this, but 0 to 100 ounces, you're looking at an 8% royalty right off the top to the landowner or mineral holder. 100 to 300 ounces, you're getting in that 10% realm. 300 to 2,000 ounces, you could go to a 12% realm, somewhere in that neighborhood. 2,000 ounces or more of recovery, you can be at 15% or give or take somewhere in that neighborhood, based on, the past costs of what you're putting into this operation and where you need to be as the miner. That kind of covers the recovery. Now, this is, like I say, this is the base. This is where you start and look at it in a real light. If you go to excavations, 0 to 18 feet, you could still be in a 10% area. Go ahead, Keith.
You mean
this is recovery?
Yes. So what do you mean by 10% of what?
10% of recovery.
Okay, so now that's
right. This is a different section than this.
I know, but I'm confused. What do? You take 10% off of that?
No.
To cover?
No, this would be if you're just going to go straight gold recovery value. This is a different way of looking at it. Okay. If you want to go based on excavation, and some of this I did for my own calculations to figure out what's it cost me, how much money can I still play with at what, like here, depths.
So
but you could do
these would replace
this
those.
exactly. Okay. This would be gone. Okay. So here you got 0 to 18 feet of overburden. You could still be in a 10% realm. That is true, Chris. there's room in here to move and play with it too, based on, if you're 100 miles by air in the middle of Alaska leasing a piece, you got to make some calculations for what that costs you to get parts flown in there, or guys flown in helicopters, in and out. So there's, you always have to have some room to move. And if you do, if you get into a situation, which I'm going to try to get to here a little bit later, but if there's some work that's been done on this site, that they've already done some exploration drilling, they've already done some mining, and there's some actual information there, these percentages could go quite a bit higher because some of that homework's already done. This is based on walking onto a piece of property at this point, and what's it going to take to bring this into a situation where is it mineable? It's always our first question. And then, okay, here's a reasonable royalty to begin with. I mean, if your recoveries eventually get better and better and better in the month, the gold is there, there's not a problem sharing more of it with the owner. You just want to make sure that you initially cover that first year or two of mobilizing equipment and putting everything in on site and building the infrastructure, ponds and roads and culverts and whatever it takes to do it. You want to be able to recoup that money. That's another way you could do it, and we'll kind of get into that, Chris, that you could actually do it based on the yardage as well. I calculated this out just to try to figure out different costs and what you could do or what you couldn't do. So 0 to 18 feet of depth to bedrock, you could easily do 10% pretty much. 20 to 30 feet of depth, you need to drop a percentage, drop down to about 9%. 30 feet or deeper gets real questionable. At first, you need to know that the recovery at the bottom of that in your tests is good enough to even start to go that deep. But I put it at 7% for when I'm starting to figure. Another way you can figure it is based on gold values, which this is a third way to possibly look at it. And I went from $900 to $1,200 gold. You can easily work with a 9% royalty. If you go from $1,300 to $1,400 per ounce gold, you can easily work with a 10% royalty. $1,400 to $1,500 gold, you can easily work with an 11% royalty. For every 100 ounces or $100 per ounce of gold you go up in price, you can add 1% to those royalty numbers. Because realistically, once your equipment's on site, you know how many guys you need, you know what you're running every day for diesel fuel, gasoline, grease, oil, filters, da-da-da. A lot of your mining operation becomes pretty set in stone what your day-to-day costs are. So as long as you're covering your costs, any extra gold you start getting above that cost, your costs become pretty fixed. And the more gold you start pulling out, you can work with those percentages higher to the landowner, because it's pretty set that now I'm above my costs. I've recouped my original mobilization over the first season or whatever. Now I can start paying out, and the landowner gets the benefit of that as well, or the mineral holder. Here's another way. Now, this is the fourth way of looking at it, and this is fuel cost adjusted royalty. $2.50 a gallon diesel. This is diesel fuel. $2.50 a gallon diesel fuel, 11% royalty. $3 diesel fuel, 10% royalty. $3.50 a gallon diesel fuel, 9% royalty. The problem, Goldstream, with a profit-sharing based system, you can't. I don't do it, because here's the problem. You get into some bad ground. You're not making any money. the minute that you start to make some, now you got to give up a bigger percentage to that mineral holder, which doesn't help wash that ground that you just went through that was bad.
Well, the big problem with a percentage of a profit, you can play with the numbers profit real well.
Exactly.
Oh, geez, my salary, my company just increased my salary by $50,000 a year, so that's not profit anymore. That's why it's always on gross metal recovered, or in the case of hard rock, we call a net smelter return. Right. Because all those other things are easy to manipulate, very tempting to manipulate.
Exactly.
And it just causes no end of grief. So it's never profit. It's always gross recovered. And Chris has also brought up something interesting too, is what happens if the guy with the wash plant it's not doing a good job. He's only getting 30% recovery. There should be a clause in there that says you guarantee a certain percent recovery, or else it breaks the thing.
This is why it becomes very, very critical to go on the property and do the testing correctly, because you don't want to sink a whole bunch of money into a piece of ground and find out that, yeah, there's let's just say there's an ounce per ton of gravel or whatever there, but you're only able to recover half of that. Well, that half might not be enough to make it profitable. So you have to get figure recovery out, just like Keith's doing with this hard rock. Figure all the details out before you say, hey, let's get a crew in there and mine it.
Well, I know, but what Chris was specifically saying
exactly
is if you're the owner,
yep,
and you've got this material that's worth a certain amount of entrained gold,
yep,
and the guy says, I'm going to come in here and mine that. Once he's mined it, if he's taken 40% of the gold, now it's not profitable to rework it, and he's just throwing away 60% of the gold.
Yep.
So these are the sort of things that need to be looked at in the research
in the front end. Yep.
And then put on the paper. But yeah, it's never profit. And yes, Goldstream, there's always ways to game a system. However, some systems are very, very difficult to game, and that's why. You do things like the mine owner has the right to inspect at any time, any place, or his representative, so that when you're doing a clean out,
he should be able to be there for a cleanup.
Yeah.
All the way from the sluice box to the final gold in a jar. They should have the right to be there.
Yeah, and things like
I
can't do a cleanup without his representative there, without his specific approval.
Yep.
They can put a satellite camera there.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
There's lots
with
of
technology
ways to make it very
now.
difficult.
With technology, there is a lot of ways that could be handled. This would not necessarily work here in the United States. Is pretty thorough. I think I've done quite a bit of homework, and so have some other guys that I've worked with on this. But this is a beginning point, really, and I'll try to have it, like I say, in a PDF type file where you guys can access this information, look at it. Hopefully it helps you if you go out to write a contract, or like I say, if you have a claim somewhere, you're never going to mine it, but somebody comes along and says, hey, we'd like to lease that. You definitely want to know what should be in this contract. Why is it 10 pages? Couldn't it be a handshake? You don't want to do the handshake thing. You want to be specific as to what each person's job is and how each of you are going to benefit from bringing that property forward.
Yeah.
The owner should have a right to access and walk in and see what's going on.
Yeah, gold mining is something that is so tempting. Diamond mining may be the only thing that is roughly equivalent,
right? Because
the value is so easily transportable that there's a lot of temptation. Casinos are like that too, and they have put in some intense systems to prevent theft. But it's usually fairly easy to do, and most systems have a point at which it becomes difficult to steal and becomes easy to steal. And that's the point where you really look at this. For example, gold in the sluice box. If you got big nuggets, you may have
You put a
barrier over the top of the front.
Yeah,
of it.
you put a cage over your sluice box and 2 padlocks, one for the land or mineral holder and one for you. And that sluice box does not get opened up until you're both there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's ways to get around and make sure that you're both being honest. I mean, this agreement could literally have in it that, okay, now you and the mineral holder are there, this week I get pick of the big nugget for me out of that box, and next week he gets the pick of the big nugget. You could do things to add to the royalty. I'm not saying this is the end all be all. This is a starting point in the royalty of where you got to be, because it's too easy to go do a handshake with somebody on 25%. Well, that sounds all good, fine, and dandy and easy until you sink a whole year into this property. And at this point, you're not making any money yet. You haven't recovered you're moving all your equipment in and all the testing you did and everything else. And you still got to give him 25%. You may not recover from that. So you got to start at a point that's understandable. And if it builds up to where the ounces are getting better, this could be graduating. As we hit the 300 ounce mark, the next level, he goes to 12%. This could be completely graduating type of system.
That's how they did on gold.
Right.
Yeah. Now, another thing too, do you guys ever do lease with royalty? Where you've got a lease payment
You
and a royalty?
And I was going to slowly get to that. I mean, you could do, and this has happened, and I've had guys say that, well, that's kind of what I want to do. I want $10,000 a year, and then I want, I'll take a lower percentage here as long as I'm getting my lease. And then, then you still want to have those work requirements, those commitments figured out. But there is definitely things, this could be really modified in many, many different ways, but you have to kind of start somewhere that if you're going to go out as the miner and sink money into this and try to develop this or bring it forward and make sure there's enough gold to actually mine it, you definitely want to have everything figured out before you ever go there and dig those holes.
Absolutely. Once
you start to prove something, you don't want the owner to throw you off the property and basically you just spent, let's just say $20,000 improving his property for him and you're out.
Well, or you sit there and you agree on a 10% royalty and you shake hands, and then all of a sudden you hit a hell of a pocket.
Yeah, he wants 50%.
And now he wants 50%
right.
to get the heck out of there. Yep. And so there's all kinds of ways.
Well, that's kind of what this graduation would be,
I think he's talking about the size of the nugget.
Well, yeah, that you could definitely.
Yeah, because if you have big nuggets, that may be something where, you hit the occasional 5-ounce nugget or whatever. Well, it's obviously worth a lot more.
Yeah, specimen value.
Yeah.
So, and that's something that you can kind of play with recovery and possibly gold value. I mean, if your recovery is running decent at 10% and the price of the gold really starts to go up, you as the miners are making a lot more money. You could adjust, you could give that landowner another % or two. And he's going to be tickled to death like these guys are.
But don't change the contract.
No.
Just give it to him as an unofficial bonus.
Right.
Make sure you write it down.
Right. Hey, we're doing good here. We're all of a sudden the gold price went up and we got our fixed costs covered. We're good. Giving that landowner, that mineral holder, that little extra 1 or 2% is huge.
Yeah, it can create a lot of goodwill.
In a contract, another thing is, like I say, if exploration has been done or there's some things that have been done on the property, then of course that percentage is going to be higher also because they've already got some information that you're not going to spend 8 months trying to figure out.
Just make sure it's not just for them.
Well, no,
from
a third party. If a drilling company had went in and drilled depths and has a map and they have the claims figured out, well, then you're going to be pushing toward 20% probably because they spent a lot of money in exploration that you're not going to have to spend if everything is correct. So, and the other thing is if there's a water right, and you don't have to go try to file on a water right, maybe because if you're a bigger operation, you're going to use a lot more water. you want to make sure that you have a right to water, whether that's groundwater with a well or something, or being able to pull from the drainage, the creek. If the mining water right already exists on the property with the claim or whatever, then that could be worth 1 or 2 more percent because it's already there. You don't have to go do all that homework and pay $250 a season for a water right or something. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways that this can go, but I thought I would start to bring it out, how you contract, what should be in a contract, how to start looking at, because you may have a claim that, you're thinking, geez, I got 3 claims. I'm never going to get to that one. I think I'll lease it out to somebody or ask around, see if somebody wants to work on it. Because that would improve that property. Anything you learn is going to improve the value of that property. And if they start to make you money, that may be a lot of fun because you can be over there playing on your other piece and you're making money on them both.
You said a statement that's not necessarily correct. Any information will make the property more valuable, not if it's bad information.
Well,
this is why exploration companies they'll drill holes where the juiciest stuff looks, and they'll be careful not to go
not
anywhere else.
Right, not to go outside of that parameter. Yeah. But if nothing else, this kind of at least pulls
I'll look it up tomorrow, Ariel.
It kind of pulls your imagination, your thought process into what goes into writing a contract and what kind of things that I should be looking at to do.
Yeah, so these are the sort of things. It also gives you a clue as to what the thought process was when you look at how many samples were taken, how they were they just samples of the vein and nothing in the lower grade or things like that
outside of it. What are the parameters? And you definitely, even in placer, you want to know that. You want to know what the parameters are, where it goes to not such a good grade or where it goes to no gold.
Yeah.
So you don't want them to work just in one damn little spot either. You want them to, try to build on the testing and what they're doing there to improve the property, ideally. And I mean, some properties, guys, you'll get on, and honestly, it all goes downhill from there. It starts looking worse and worse and worse. And once that cascade starts, it's a good time to stop, think, observe, and plan whether you walk away from the property or you relook at it from a different way. Definitely, Chris. You could have a maximum. You could say, okay, yeah, you can come on here. You can work 30 yards of material. That's all you can work. And then we'll renegotiate after you've done 30 yards of material. You could play with that idea all over the place if you wanted to open it to some small guys. You brought something up and I was just trying to think through.
I hate it when that happens.
This is how I wrote it in here. It was in a minimum work or a minimum work commitment. I put it in here as, submitting the mine plan, agency approvals, your reclamation plan, of course, and then no high grading or potholing will be accepted by the miner or by the landowner. If all of a sudden one test hole comes up and it's like, holy shit, look at the amount of gold in this bucket. That doesn't mean it's mineable yet anyway. You need to continue doing your test hole, figure out how big this thing is and, where it's going from there. But sample sizes not to exceed 10 loose cubic yards in 3-foot vertical changes. Bulk samples to test and recover, confirm reserves not to exceed 300 cubic yards. And that could be changed to whatever you want it to be. I mean, it could be 5,000 cubic yards or whatever.
And it could be so many cubic yards per acre.
Right.
If you had a large property, you might say, well, sampling, it'll take us, 10 holes per acre, and that's going to be this. So this is how much. Yeah, none of these are written in stone at all.
No, this is really kind of I tried to just try to outline for my own, really for my own thing is what do I want in a contract? What protects me? What protects and helps the owner as well? It's a two-way street. If you're not helping each other to go forward, you're probably going backwards.
Yeah.
But in most of the stuff that I've seen where we've done testing on other properties and stuff, the 10 cubic yards for every 3 foot of vertical depth works out pretty good. If a lot of times we'll take 10 yards out of the first 10 feet, maybe a material, and then depending on if there's changes in the gravels or rock sizes or cobble, we may take 10 in the middle and then 10 deeper or 10 right at bedrock. So you might have one test hole that you took 30 yards of material for the test. It just depends on, the size of the operation you're looking at, the amount of ground you're looking at. Are you looking at, 3 miles of drainage, or are you looking at 1 20-acre claim? And then what kind of depths are you looking at? I mean, you definitely could have overprinting where you've got gold at 3 different levels in the gravels of that drainage. So, what's mineable and what's strip, what's overburden. You need to figure that stuff out before you ever come in there and mine it.
Well, I'm going to take the claim owner side in this discussion.
Go ahead.
Here.
No, that's good.
As a claim owner,
yep,
I want something for my claim. I want to motivate you to get working, but I don't want to hurt you.
I want you to stay there and go.
Me. So if you look at the particular project, if it's something relatively small, like what you were looking at,
Yep.
in your earlier video, then you're looking at even that almost a 2-year window from the time you start doing some exploration to the time you're ready to actually do some serious mining.
Yep.
As the claim owner, I'm going to sit there and go, well, I got this claim. What am I getting for it? So one thing as a claim owner you do is the guy who's leasing it is required to do all the paperwork, pay all the fees, do all the regular, that takes that off your back, but you make sure it goes through you.
Yeah,
okay?
You want to
so that he doesn't drop the ball and screw you up. Exactly. But also it's like, okay, Jim, I got this property out there and you're going to do some exploration on it. First year, it's going to be just some few sample holes.
Well,
then if that goes well, then you're going to do a lot of sample holes the next year.
And planning.
Come up with a mine plan, start your major permitting process and this and that.
Correct.
Okay. So you're going to be paying for all that permitting stuff, etc. So as long as you are on that time frame, I'll pretty much kind of let things go so you can take the money and do it. But if you fall behind, then you're going to start paying me a monthly rental for that property too, because I'm sitting here, waiting for my money.
That's why you got to get that minimum work requirements into that contract.
Yeah.
Though.
But I mean, that can also, as I said, there are different ways of doing that. You can have a minimum work requirement or minimum work or a pay, or something like that. And again, it's very individual. It depends on the claim owner, the miner, the situation.
As the landowner or claim owner, you don't want to hurt the guy who possibly could help you too.
You don't want to cripple him.
No, you don't want to cripple.
Exactly.
You don't want to put him in a position that he can't do that right now because he's sinking all of this money into trying to bring this forward too. So you have to it's a two-way street.
Absolutely.
And too many times, I hunt for placer ground a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And too many times, we could do something, but I want 25%. And it's like, that's not realistic. And you have to explain to them that, okay, this isn't just come out here and start mining.
Mm-hmm.
And the claim owners don't always understand this, but the testing is a big thing. I mean, just like in Keith's situation here with the hard rock they're working on, you easily have 1 or 2 years of development time into figuring out what's even doable here. Yeah. Well, okay, at that point, if you were to put a value on that, what is that worth? because it's thousands of hours in the background of all this little crap that you really don't see when you're out there washing gravel and the wash plant's running and the payloader and the backhoes and the dump trucks and all that. Now you're seeing progress.
Yeah.
But when you're in the testing phase and all of that money's being sunk into that project at that point, and there is no profit or no extra money coming out.
And you're trying to cover up your disturbance as you go.
Right. Because in most cases, the test holes will not pay the diesel fuel for the testing. So you've got all this labor and all these sunk costs into this property before you ever get to mine it, that until you're mining it for a while, you're not getting any of that money back either, which might be 2 years, 3 years. If you got permitting problems and all kinds of funny things you got to work through, the miner could have a lot of money sunk into this deal for an extended amount of time before he starts to see recovery.
Absolutely. And it depends on the size of the miner.
Right.
Like you are going to be totally different than Freeport McMoran.
Exactly.
And so if you've got some claims and you're dealing with a major mining company, then they're much more likely to want to pay you a monthly fee,
right? A lease agreement
than a
cash
big percentage.
Lease, right?
I mean, if you're talking with a big hard rock mining, 1% is almost unheard of. Of net smelter return.
That's if you're the original holder of the property's mineral rights. That's probably all you're going to get is 1%. In all reality,
yeah.
Placer, there's a little more room here to play, but you're also talking in most cases some depths and things that are actually pretty easy to deal with.
Define tossers, Tricky Dicky. I'm not familiar with that term.
Well, they're treating it as a gravel operation and not so much a mine. I mean, there is some of it's drama, Tricky, because it is TV. They got to have drama.
I don't know if you'd like your on-off switch on fire. It
doesn't that was drama. Yeah, we get some drama, but it wasn't purposely done.
And Jim,
you haven't seen us two in a fist fight on film yet.
Well, you were there the other day, and you saw the video. There was a lot of stuff that never made it to video.
I know, but it's not. We're not creating drama just for the fun of creating drama.
Okay, Tricky. Let me see. I've actually got the email here. Let's see what tosser means.
Tosser.
It hasn't showed up yet, Tricky Dicky. Let me see.
Oh, it will. It's
yeah, he's still working on it.
No,
okay. But anyhow,
we'll get there.
Yeah. You've got
merchant bankers. Yeah.
Okay. Let's say this is why there is no specific formula.
No.
There's just general considerations.
Right. That's really
that you need to take into account.
Yep.
And what we might want to do when you're making your theoretical contract or whatever is say you have different sections.
Right.
Say, and for this section, if it's like a small placer thing between individuals, this is kind of the range. If it's a mid-size operation, private owner, and something like that, then here's the thing. If it's a big company, then it's going to be more like here.
Well, I'd like to do the same kind of thing with some hard rock, and I'll work on that in the future here to come up with kind of the same. Because I've just, matter of fact, just did some contracting on some hard rock also, but there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
But there's some differences too, because like we were talking, there's a net smelter return usually that you're not going to get. It's not a huge percentage, and you may not see it for 10, 12, 15 years, depending on the level of mining they're going to do and the permitting and processing, because
and exploration can be
right,
years of drilling.
Right. Yeah, they can have 5 years of drilling. So you're not going to see that return on that percentage. They're going to increase the value of it, that royalty. Everything they do is going to increase the value of that royalty. if it gets to a point that there's actually something worth going after there.
Which is why they won't start doing anything till they
So,
have a contract.
Well, and they need to raise money as they're doing what they're doing too.
Yeah.
So they're in a position that they're not going to just hand you the world in the beginning.
Hell no.
They need to get in a position that, and in a lot of cases, they would rather not just buy the mine from you, because they'd rather put the money into exploration versus purchase.
Oh yeah.
Because the exploration money, first of all, is more of a write-off than the purchase of the properties or the claims. And you may be far better off later on having that percentage than if you'd have sold out for $100,000 or something,
Yeah.
thinking, hey man, I made a lot of money, and find out 5 years from now, they got a $50 million operation happening there.
Well,
You're going to feel kind of dumb that, I should have held out a little longer. I mean, it's a long game.
And that's why a rental with a royalty down the road, it's in the hard rock field, it's much more common because they can give less money up front,
right?
And they're probably not going to take it in the long run because most of them don't work out. Okay,
right?
Statistically,
right.
You like it because they're not going to be making any money, making any product for at least 10 years. So you're going to be making money in the meantime.
Yeah, you get something
by getting all their information. If they drop the project, you get all their information,
and that could
be worth millions and millions.
Right, later on, that could be, because especially now, what we're seeing in the mining industry is some of these sites that big companies did drilling and walked away from 40 years ago. Suddenly these properties now are very, very valuable. And at the time, they weren't economic because, the copper price was too low, or technology didn't exist. That right now our recoveries, they could take a piece of rock now and pretty much take everything that is in it out of it one way or another. And that we didn't have 40 years ago. They still couldn't do that. I mean, what's happened in time is made, a lot of this revaluable, very valuable.
Yeah, let me give you a specific example. In copper mining, 100 years ago, the copper oxide minerals were essentially valueless.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yep.
They were just waste.
Right.
So these big nice, copper mines,
green stuff.
Yep. They'd have to dig through all that and throw it away to get down to the sulfides, which they could concentrate and smelt.
Yep.
And in the probably about 80s.
Slide in here, Keith. Get in the show. We'll try to look like we're on screen again.
In the 80s, they developed a process and the infrastructure behind it. And there were several innovations that have. Number one, environmental regulations required copper smelters to scrub the sulfur dioxide out of their flue gas instead of just dumping it 1,000 feet up in the air and letting the wind carry it around. And by the way, that did really make a big difference environmentally. This was not one of those little things they're trying to do now for a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
This was a big thing for a modest amount of money. In order to do that, the technology was developed. Hi, Tricky.
Hey,
I think in Scandinavia, actually, where they would take and enrich the oxygen to the furnace.
Right.
And they'd run like 40% oxygen into the smelter furnace. That would give them a rich enough flue gas in sulfur dioxide that they could easily convert it to sulfuric acid. And that way they're scrubbing all that sulfur dioxide out of the air. To give you an idea of the quantity, the Hayden smelter in Arizona, just one smelter, produced 6,000 tons of concentrated sulfuric acid per day. Okay, that was all going in the atmosphere from one smelter. Now, not only does this give them something they can sell, but it gave them something they could use, because sulfuric acid will dissolve the copper oxide minerals from the rock. Now they had a cheap local source of sulfuric acid. And what they went is those old mine dumps and started pouring dilute sulfuric acid on them and dissolving the copper out of there.
Yep, they can. Yep.
And then they would contact it with a solution. I think it's primarily kerosene, but they call it solvent extraction electrowinning.
Yep.
They would put that into a separate material that they would then contact with a concentrated sulfuric acid, which they could use for electrowinning, and they would electrowin 99.999% copper directly,
yep,
at a cost of 36 cents a pound.
Yep.
At the same time that the cost of smelter copper was 90 cents a pound.
Yep. It was quite 3 times that money.
Correct, blind dude. SXEW. Okay. And as such, the development of certain key new technologies, the enriched oxygen flash furnace, the scrubbers, the solvent extraction electrowinning process, as those got utilized and refined, all of a sudden, the cost of producing the copper from oxide, it went from you can't do it at all to we can make it for 36 cents a pound.
And they couldn't do that 40 years ago. That's the interesting part. These are technologies, guys, that are fairly new to the mining industry, because our mining industry, in kind of some ways, hasn't existed economically for quite some time.
Yeah. And same thing when they did it with the cyanide heap leaching. It changed the entire financial equation of gold resources. And so all these old mines and stuff may suddenly become quite valuable, not because the price of the commodity goes up, but because the efficiency or the price or the effectiveness or something about the extraction goes way down. And so all these properties, the value fluctuates at all times.
Well, and depending on, guys, if you've got a claim and a big company comes in and says, hey, we'll give you, we'll give you your 1% net smelter royalty. We'll give you X amount of dollars for the upfront to maybe cover costs you had in the claims or whatever. And it can be a really good deal going forward. And I'll tell you why, because that royalty is attached to the deed of that property. And that 1% royalty, if the companies go in and do the stuff they say they're going to do, start, testing and drilling, and they're going to bring the property forward, that 1% royalty, that you will have companies, these hedge funds and stuff, that literally will come to you and say, hey, we'll give you $1 million for that 1% right now. And that could be cutting your own throat, or they'll give you $1 million for half of that 1%. Because they think this company is going to be successful in what they're doing also. So that little 1% maybe isn't such a little number on not a huge mine.
Yeah. By the way, Roberts, plastic and glass basically are not profitable to recycle in general. At the mine I was working at, which had about 20 employees total, that was the gross recovery per month in dollars, roughly.
Wow.
And the claim owner had a 10% royalty. Okay.
Ooh. He was a happy claim owner, wasn't he?
Okay. That's divided by 10. So divide by 10. That was the monthly royalty payment to the claim owner at the first gold mine I worked at. On an average.
Yeah, he had a nice number.
That's a $350 gold back in the early 80s.
He wasn't complaining, I'll bet, either.
Yep. And Carlin deposits are not new. It's just they weren't, the extraction technology wasn't there 100 years ago. Same thing with the copper. A lot of times these new open pits are digging out lots of tunnels and stuff like that.
Well, a lot of the gold mines, like in this area, if they couldn't find 1 ounce per ton in the old days, they walked away from them. So, and nowadays, honestly, 1 ounce per ton, if you can figure out, like Keith's doing, you can figure out the recovery. 1 ounce per ton would be fairly damn profitable for a small operation. And those were the mines that the old timers just walked away from.
Yep.
It was too much work for the $16.
Well, and a lot
Or
of
they
times,
didn't have the investment money to
I
put into it, the infrastructure.
the Picacho mine I worked at, the Yellow Aster that they went to after that, these were all old underground mines that have been mined out. Both of them actually had a glory hole where they'd done some caving. But yeah, they were all old underground mines, and then just took the whole stuff because surrounding those high grade zones are low grade zones. And all of a sudden, heap leaching made that low grade very profitable. And the open pit techniques with modern machinery made the mining so cheap. It was ridiculous. It just changed the whole economics.
It would, Patrick, it would depend on what the ground and the hillsides and the mountain or whatever, what it looked like. I mean, if you can see, any kind of perched benches that have a certain level of, flat to them or something against that mountainside, you may want to be up there looking because, I mean, you can have placer on top of a mountain if it was perched as that mountain was growing or something, depending on the geology of the area and at what point the gold was probably laid down, historically. So you really want to pay attention to any perched benches, maybe a drainage that actually was plugged, a debris plug or something where it may have spilled gold up onto hillsides before it blew the plug out of the drainage. I mean, I can show you some places that just are kind of mind-blowing in the fact that these guys even found this stuff. And it was placer, 300-400 feet above where you see the water today. And you just go, how'd they even find it?
They had to loam up to
Well,
it.
they did. They figured it out. And then it's like, well, okay, why just there and none of the rest of the side of the mountain they worked? Why in that one spot? Well, you start to figure out that maybe it was a rock plug or a debris plug in the drainage that acted like a dam, and that water had to be forced up and over, and it spilled out on them hillsides before it went over. There's a lot of crazy things that happened geologically in this environment, and you need to kind of always try to put things in context and think outside the box when you're looking at some of this ground. Sometimes it's a matter of loaming the bottom of the creek and finding out that gold is coming from up there, and that's a residual placer on that hillside that literally can lead to the hard rock. So it is really finding it and tracking and trying to put the pieces of a puzzle. I mean, you're starting a puzzle with 3 pieces in a lot of cases, and as you go along, you keep building the puzzle, finding more pieces that fit together, and then you start to understand it. Some of this ground that I was up here working on this hard rock mine, it took me 7 years to figure out what the hell I was even looking at. I mean, I kept putting another piece and another piece and building my maps and building trajectories because of what I could put together. And it took me many years just kind of on the side working to figure out what the hell this is. If I had money back then, I probably could have done it in 2 years if I could have just spent my time up there figuring it out. But you have to always start somewhere, and you start as a prospector. Yeah, there is no set reason to why you find gold somewhere until you figure out the pieces of the puzzle.
And placer is entirely different than hard rock in terms of where it is and why it is and stuff. And so they are really totally different games in the exploration phase.
They can be a part of each other.
Yeah.
Or you can have placer and no hard rock.
Yeah.
If it came up on a fault line that the drainage, let's just say that the creek itself is the fault and it's spewed out gold periodically within that fault, the hard rock would be the bottom of the drainage, but you're never going to be able to mine that or figure that one out. So, not all of them have a hard rock source over there on the side of the mountain or at the top of the drainage.
Yeah,
It's really
might
doing
have
a
been
lot of homework.
many miles away, many years ago.
It could have been. And, you go back east and you've got gold that was put down by the glaciers that scoured through Ontario, Canada, and hauled it all the way to southern Indiana.
Anyway, right?
So that gold literally was carried on as an ice bulldozer down, 800 miles, 700 miles
You want that left
south.
on?
No, I hit the shut down button.
So it's really a matter of figuring out the geology and trying to
It's not.
understand why is the gold here and what were the potential sources, and then what are the opportunities that exist within this environment.
Yeah.
Exactly, Tricky. I mean, it's a long game. Mining isn't just, grab your stuff and run out and you're going to find a bonanza. You could. I mean, there's guys who got that lucky, but it's a long game of really trying to understand and put bigger pieces together and possibly a bigger mining operation or a bigger plan.
Goldstream, in our area, we have lots of hard rock deposits. And I believe the primary deposition was like with the injection of the, Boulder batholith.
Yeah.
What was that, 60 million ago?
Something like that.
That's 60 million years ago. So it's been quite a while, and they're still here. Because there wasn't a whole lot of mountain building here.
No, these mountains were pushed up twice and settled. So there was multiple times that you had, like pulsing to the, fracture.
Well, you also had volcanic activity at times, which laid stuff on top and then gets worn off. And, But a lot of the hard rock deposits are completely eroded away, turned into placer. Others aren't. Like here, you have a lot of hard rock. I mean, heck, don't they have tin over near Boulder? I mean, actually, placer tin.
Yeah, there was placer tin here. Yep.
Yeah.
And
So
then there was the
it varies.
Sapphires, placer. Some of these placers
what is
were
the
mined.
general formation of the sapphires? Are they formed in a melt? And
it's a veining structure.
Mm-hmm.
It's somewhat ground, so you've got it's been shattered somewhat and injected.
Was it solutions or was it magma?
No, it was solutions.
Okay.
It was solutions similar to gold or whatever, or your other minerals.
So the sapphires are a hydrothermal crystal.
Right.
Okay.
And it's interesting, but it was a lot more extreme heat and pressure, and they actually came from deeper yet. That's why they're kind of in a matrix all their own until you get in the river bottoms here, where they created giant placers, which are gold and sapphires,
right?
Because of as the mountains are up and down that drainage is washed out, it all ended up in similar locations, the heavies and the.
Yep. Now, Johnny, with me, it was history. I found history pretty boring in school, but I find it a lot more interesting now. My mom was a geologist and we traveled a lot, so geology was always fairly interesting. No, batholith, Lith. It means a large, intrusive body.
Yeah.
A big chunk of magma came in to the crust and then cooled. In this case, I believe the Boulder batholith is like 60 miles long and 40 miles wide, roughly. It's a big chunk of intrusive rock that used to be magma.
It's a grand, it's a granite basically, but a granderite intrusive body. And this intrusive body came from at least 2 miles in the earth, and some of it maybe as much as 5 miles in the earth, was literally pushed through the surface like a pimple. Here's
a chunk of bone here that's working its
way out. It's slowly coming out.
I've
had BBs and all kinds of things work out.
How did you get a BB in you? We need to hear that story. Was this self-inflicted or?
No. We had BB gun fights when I was a kid. I mean,
it was only BB gun.
It was only fair.
This was
Yeah.
1960s airsoft. We called it air hard.
Air hard. Yeah, it wasn't. We didn't have airsoft guns.
Yeah.
Oh, we had real stuff.
Yeah. But anyhow, so yeah, that's this area here has got a lot of different stuff going on, from really old placer gold to.
I mean, that's what drew me to this area is the quality of gold. A lot of the gold in this immediate area is 90% and better. High quality 900 gold. A lot of gold came out of this country here. And the opportunity to mine existed here yet without going to Alaska or the Yukon and
they're even colder than here, right?
well, and we talked about going, looking, and we looked at operations way far north, and it's the amount of money it takes to start an operation, short of just going up there and buying an operation, would be the way to do it, because at least you have a better starting base. But you're still talking spending some millions real fast. And here it was an opportunity for me to do what I wanted to do. Just go do it.
Well,
And I don't regret
having
any
fun.
of it. I mean, I love this learning experience. I love the history. I'm glad I got here when I did, because some of the, 3 of the old miners that I dealt with in the beginning are no longer with us. And I got to listen to a lot of really cool history from back in the 40s and 50s when these guys were looking for copper and going at this stuff.
Yeah.
And they'd find gold and then they go look for copper, because he said the gold to them wasn't worth anything at that time. $30 an ounce, maybe, if they were lucky, is what they would get locally here for it. And they're like, oh yeah, that's just gold. Onto the they wanted the copper or the silver.
Okay. The proven reserves are essentially zero. We have no drilling. We have grab sampling. We're looking at probably 50 to 100 tons of highly probable material from the chip sampling alone and observing what's there and what was taken out, etc. And it's not so much wildcatting as it is we're developing techniques, machinery, etc., while paying for it along the way, hopefully. And we think that, with a little luck, we might actually come close to turning a profit next season. And that's after buying all the equipment and stuff. As we're putting all this together, virtually everything we're doing can be transferred to some other location too.
Right.
And therefore, it's a capital cost for this operation.
I'm almost ready.
It's also kind of a capital cost for a mining company, so to speak, that it's easily mobilized somewhere else.
Yeah, Jeff. I mean, if you look at laccolith, literally, if you want to think about it in the right terms, is honestly Mount St. Helens. It's a mountain that went up, and the volcano didn't actually blow, so it did the push up and expanded its area, and it didn't go off to where you have the crater.
So it's eventually didn't pop.
Right. It's that boil on the side of your neck or whatever. I mean, it's pushing, but it didn't go off. And that's really what a laccolith, when you're looking at a mountain range, you can pick out the laccoliths a lot of times because they're the bigger domed, they're not peaky jumps of mountains, they're domed, big area too. It may be 3, 4, 5 square miles of land that's just a big dome. And it was lifted but it never blew.
Now, is that dome the overburden, or is that the residual granite or whatever?
Well, It's
After-
it's the earth pushing up with the
Okay.
magma chamber under it,
Okay.
but it didn't get to the point where it blows like you think of a volcano in a cone.
Yeah, that's tricky. It seems to me that you're transferring some of the impact mill technology to the Philippines right now.
This transfers, as far as the geology transfers, a lot of places in the world. It's all got its own thing. It's a little different, but I know, like, where is it? Northern Australia is very similar to British Columbia and Alaska. There's some similarities, even though those continents are how far apart now.
Yeah, there's more deposits in the making along the Cascades, along with what's already there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's modern day system building.
Yep. Say that all that heat, all that magma is still making stuff. Oh,
Well, we'll let Eva in here to do her
Great time.
report, and we'll be back, guys.
I'll make it very, very quick, people, so that the men can get back to talking about money.
Money?
Yeah, gold is money.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Virtue. Hi, everybody. Well, let's see if there's anything in the news today, mining-wise. So, no New Year resolution for the out-of-favor copper market. The copper market remains decidedly out of favor among the investment communities, with fund positioning extremely light by historical standards. This is interesting considering everything going on with that metal. London Metal Exchange 3-month metal briefly broke back up above the $10,000 per ton level last week, but collapsed again on Friday. Last trading at around 9,650, the copper price seems too high to attract fresh buying, but global inventory is too low for bears to dare short it. This is a really interesting gray area. The resulting lack of resolution has seen trading volumes on all three major venues fall in recent months as speculators chase more enticing narratives in other metals such as nickel, aluminum, and zinc. Money managers remain net long on the CME copper contract, but bull enthusiasm is low at 22,203 contracts, according to the latest commitments of traders' report showing the state of play at the close of January 11th. This time last year, when copper was trending strongly higher, the collective bull positioning stood at 76,449 contracts. The record high was set in 2017 at 125,000 contracts. Yeah, apparently bears wear shorts. It's crazy. This bear don't wear shorts. He wears long underwear. Hi, Chris. Hello, Goldstream. Hi, Argonaut. Recent shifts in money manager positioning have been almost exclusively derived from the long side, with fund short positions little changed over the last 2 months. The lack of investor participation is mirrored in the London market, where the money manager net long 29,912 contracts is a long way off last February record high of almost 48,000. It's worth noting that LME broker Marek Spectrum, which uses its own methodology to track speculative flow, estimates funds are running net short of copper to the tune of around 24,000 lots. Funds are also short of aluminum, but to a lesser extent than copper, and net long all the other core LME metals. Copper's fall from grace among fund players is also clear to see in sliding volumes across all three major trading venues: LME, CME, and the Shanghai Futures Exchange. Active on LME's copper contracts shrank by 7% last year, making it the second poorest performer among the London market's core-based metals suite. So this is looking like a good time to get into copper, actually, in terms of investing. Only tin fared worse, registering a 15% year-on-year slump in volumes, reflecting the soldering metals combination of record high pricing and record low inventories. The CME copper contract saw the second year of anemic growth, futures volumes up 1.1% last year on 2020 levels. Copper's twin problems are directionless trading and a lack of convincing narrative at current elevated prices. The market has been largely unaffected by the power crunches in China and Europe, which have excited speculative interest in metals such as aluminum and zinc. Nor is there any consensus as to what the next major move might be. Goldman Sachs remains firmly in the bull camp, targeting copper to hit $12,000 per ton on a 12-month basis. The bank is forecasting a usage supply deficit of 197,000 tons this year. Given that global visible exchange inventory stood at 196,000 tons at the end of December, there's potential for scarcity pricing, such as seen on tin, which continues to hit record highs on a regular basis. Others, however, are not convinced. Citi, which is a longer-term bull, thinks copper is due for a significant price correction, targeting an 8% decline over the next 1 or 2 months. Now that's interesting. I wonder what they know that we don't know, since demand for the actual physical metal has never been higher than it is at this point. Core to the bank's view is an expectation that Russian shipments of copper will accelerate after the expiry of a temporary 10% export tax. Citi estimates Russia accumulated around 150,000 tons of copper stocks in the 4 months after the tax was introduced in August. That metal should hit the market over the first quarter of this year, lifting depleted LME stocks and simultaneously depressing market sentiment, the bank argues. Okay, so that makes sense if Russia actually lets their copper out into the world at large. In other mining news, iron ore prices are sliding as China's economy slows. China is having a whole host of problems right now. They have various cities that are essentially locked down and everybody at home. They're still trying to recover from various natural disasters that greatly impacted their energy production and their mineral production. And the um, continuing slow collapse of our supply chain is really messing up their manufacturing and their bottom line. Plus, that whole real estate bubble, which is the biggest real estate bubble in human history that nobody is talking about. So, iron ore prices have slid thanks to that. Apparently, our government is talking about blocking defense contractors from using Chinese rare earths. The odds are very good that law is never going to get out of Congress and it's never going to be signed because China is our main source of rare earths. And as we all know, there is a big green agenda push going on right now. Gold prices are steady as investors weigh policy outlook against Omicron. Gold steadied after its best week in 2 months as traders weigh the outlook for monetary policy against the threat posed by a fresh coronavirus wave in the United States. Facing pressure from Congress and the public to tackle the hottest inflation since the 1980s, oh yeah. Of course, the Federal Reserve officials this month floated raising rates in March and the potential need to hike as many as 5 times this year. Last year they were talking 2, now they're talking 5. Okay. It would not surprise me if it was more than that, marking a clear shift in projections from just a few weeks ago. Market participants are likely to refrain from buying gold ahead of the U.S. Fed's first rate hike, Daniel Breisman, an analyst at Commerzbank AG, wrote in a note. They may be hoping the Fed's meeting next week will give them further and or clearer signals that the Fed will be commencing its rate hike cycle in March. While more central banks globally are seeking to normalize monetary policy to contain price pressures, China on Monday lowered a key interest rate for the first time since the peak of the pandemic in 2020. That came as a property market slump and repeated virus outbreaks dampened the nation's growth outlook. Gold is holding above $1,800 an ounce after dropping for the first time in 3 years in 2021 as investors started to price in tighter monetary policy. Still, demand for the Haven asset has been supported amid concerns over the impact of Omicron, with U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy saying the outbreak is likely to worsen and a tough few weeks lie ahead. Really? Trading is quiet Monday during the U.S. public holiday with the bond market closed. Spot gold was little changed at $18.1923 an ounce as of 5 p.m. New York time, after gaining 1.2% last week in the biggest weekly jump since November. Bullion for February delivery rose 0.1% to $1,818.90 an ounce on the COMEX. Platinum, silver, and palladium were little changed. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index was little changed. Now, right now, a lot of people online are talking about whether you should buy gold, silver, both crypto, or other things. Other things being lead, copper jacketed lead, food, and land with water rights. Right now, the ratio between the gold price and the silver price is at a ridiculous level because silver right now is ridiculously undervalued. And paradoxically, the last two times Professor Hardrock and I have gone to Missoula, we were able to pick up some junk silver, which is a good thing. And the premium wasn't too horrible. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't too horrible. There's also a coin store in town that we're going to check out this week. But this is a good time to buy silver and really, really, really small gold coins if you can find them. It's not easy to find them these days, unfortunately. I mean, that's just the way it is. But right now, silver is still underpriced. It's running about $23 an ounce. Depending on where you are, premiums are still higher than anybody would like them. But the supply of junk silver is beginning to open up again, at least in our area. Now, consensus of opinion amongst the other people I've talked to in other areas is some people are beginning to sell off part of their junk silver and small gold stocks because basically they need money. And, well, considering the way inflation's going, that actually makes some sense. But it is something to keep an eye on. Now, the dollar's decline may be about to accelerate. Really? I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Not really. But over the past year, the Federal Reserve note dollar has been losing value at an alarming pace as reflected by broad price level increases. Yeah, you may have noticed our Fed was saying we're at what, about 7%, 8%, 9%, something like that now, inflation. Our personal household inflation is now topping 15%, people. Junk silver would be mercury dimes, or pre-1964 Roosevelt dimes, war nickels, old quarters, Franklin half dollars. You know, they're too worn from use to be numismatic value. And so they're usually sold at a certain premium above their melt value. And, you know, it's a lot easier if you want to buy something from somebody with a real metal coin, if you can use a coin that they're familiar with. That is one of the reasons I personally prefer silver over those little, you know, tenth of an ounce pandas or maple leafs or whatever gold coins, because first of all, it comes in much smaller denominations. So you could actually trade it for a small bag of groceries. Second of all, it's a coin people recognize. They can easily look it up. They know exactly what it's worth. Very, very fungible stuff.
Yeah, before 1965, U.S. silver coins were made out of silver.
Yeah, pre-65, and Kennedy half dollars from 65 to 70 were, I believe it's 45% silver. They were not sandwiches yet.
Yeah.
So, but 64 and earlier, it was 90% silver, with the exception of nickels. The only time nickels were minted in silver was during World War II, which is why they're called war nickels.
But anyhow, because they were minted with a particular fixed ratio of the value of silver, by looking at the face value of the coin, you know how much silver is in it. We were buying those dimes for something on the order of about $2.20 each. And that's a nice denomination for small purchases.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a very handy way to do it.
Yeah, war nickels are nice. They're the next thing I want to buy, Robert. I love war nickels. And I also love Morgan silver dollars. Over the past year, the Federal Reserve note dollar has been losing value at an alarming pace as reflected by broad price level increases. Last week's Consumer Price Index and Producer Price Index reports put those measures of inflation at 7% and 9.7%, respectively. Yes, I have. I have seen the card size gold bullion that you can break into little pieces. It's usually priced way over spot for gold and way over what you'd pay for like a gold round, because apparently there's a lot more that goes into the minting process on those. But I did see several examples of that at the coin store.
She should have said junk silver coins
Yeah.
instead of just junk silver.
Yeah. Well, you can get sterling silver too. I mean, if you want to hit pawn shops, there's a lot of sterling silver out there. It's 925.
Hello, Bigfoot.
The easiest way to deal with that would probably be to turn it into a button or into a bot chain. Yeah. 0.925. 925.
Easy reference was 90%.
Well, anyway, back to this. Manufacturers bear the brunt of inflation surges in 2021. The worst may yet be to come for consumers as producers pass on their costs to wholesalers and retailers. Some politicians, such as Senator Elizabeth Warren and those whose policy preferences are largely responsible for the inflation problem, have now taken to inflation demagoguery, crusading against producers for raising prices while peddling conspiracy theories about price gouging and collusion. Other supporters of President Joe Biden, concerned about his plummeting job approval numbers, are trying to downplay inflation. Republicans, of course, are trying to exploit Bidenflation as a winning political issue heading into this fall's election. They note American families will have to pay an additional $3,500 on average just to maintain their standard of living in 2022. It's actually going to be closer to $4,500, but, DC doesn't understand the real world anyway. Hardly anyone in Washington wants to talk about the real elephant in the room, though. The Federal Reserve's easy money policies, combined with massive handouts and fiscal spending, the primary drivers of inflation, have been championed by both Republicans and Democrats. That's because there are no conservatives in Washington. They're all on the same team. It is not ours. Public service announcement. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell was appointed and confirmed by Republicans. He has now been reappointed by a Democrat. He will soon probably be confirmed for another term with bipartisan support in the Senate. Consumers and investors should therefore expect more of the same. Although the Fed intends to push up interest rates slightly beginning in March with a quarter-point baby step, it is way behind the curve. The central bank would have to impose a massive series of hikes starting immediately in order to have any hope of getting out in front of rising price levels this year. This is not going to happen. The powers that be in Washington and on Wall Street wouldn't stand for it. The currency will continue to lose value. The only question is how rapidly. America's fiat currency lost purchasing power last year at the steepest pace in 40 years. Yet over the same period, the U.S. dollar index, which measures the currency against a basket of foreign currencies, actually gained value. This anomalous dollar strength was caused by competitors, such as the euro, losing value even more rapidly. So in other words, we're the slowest in the race to the bottom at this point, so yeah, we're the best. Although gold is not a component of the dollar index, it does often behave as a currency. It is, after all, sound money sought by individuals for wealth protection and even central banks as backing and reserves. In the paper markets, traders may hastily hit the sell button on gold and silver when they see the U.S. dollar index strengthening. That's one big reason precious metals underperformed last year. For the same reason, though, gold and silver could get a boost in 2022 if the dollar index begins to trend lower along with the value of currency itself. The dollar index dropped last week. More significantly, it appears to have reached an uptrend line that has been in force since last June. Dollar bearers will be looking for confirmation of a breakdown in this week's trading with any additional move lower. It could be the catalyst that gold and silver markets need to break out on the upside.
It will be again.
So that's some pretty encouraging news there. I don't think our Fed is going to do anything right because the Fed hasn't done anything right since its inception. We never should have had one in the first place. More states are looking into removing the sales taxes on gold and silver, which is a very good thing. At the moment, Hawaii is working on it, and Tennessee is looking at it. New Jersey is looking at it. So is West Virginia and Washington State. Wow. So it looks like more states are beginning to realize that we should not be paying sales taxes on gold and silver. That would be very nice. You know?
Yeah, helicopter Ben Bernanke. Yeah.
Yeah, SSI went up for us a little bit, and then Part D went up for Professor Hard Rock. So basically, it's we're running a loss in that direction. But what else is new?
I made an extra $60 a month, which will be more than eaten up by inflation by the end of the year.
Yeah,
It already
by next
is
month.
because we're getting $40 a month of it eaten up by the Part D, which leaves $20, and our household inflation is running 15%. So yeah, it's gone.
I
never
took
been
that
gone.
down, John. I've got it written down. We'll check it out.
Yeah. I'm going to look into the Pandora Papers. Now, thanks to a lot of winter weather, there's a whole lot of parts of the United States right now that are going to be having some serious food shortages. So if you have not yet started stocking your pantry, this would be a good time to stock your pantry. First of all, just in case you're in one of those areas where there is bad weather. Second, because having too much paper money sitting around the house in inflationary times means it's becoming worth less and less. It's a good idea to try to get at least some of it into something that is useful, food being the number one most useful thing. Our supply chain is continuing its slow and rather disastrous collapse. And people are actually beginning to realize that, yeah, there is something wrong. Is anybody else noticing that there's no canned air in their part of the world? I actually texted my son tonight and asked him to please ship us some canned air from Tucson because I know he hoards it and there hasn't been any here in forever. He's also sending a fan for the other laptop because, there weren't any of those either. A whole lot of things are kind of disappearing from the world. That's just the way it goes. That would not surprise me. Plenty of produce in Yuma would not surprise me. I mean, it really would not. It's just not getting anywhere else. We are actually better off in the supply chain than a lot of people I talk to up here, but it's still not great. Yeah, you are. I mean, Yuma is
I'm very familiar with Yuma.
vegetation for miles of the kind that people can actually eat. That is, if you happen to like lettuce.
Broccoli?
Yeah,
Cauliflower?
broccoli is cool. Broccoli is cool. Cauliflower is cool.
Yep.
Lettuce, not so much.
Yep.
Other greens are better for you than lettuce. Everyone, by the way, should be upping zinc and vitamin D because it's very good for you, especially in winter. You may have noticed not much sunlight at this time of the year, at least in some places. But yes, we still have
Hi, Idaho.
historic ship backups off of the coast of California over the horizon so nobody can see them. We have a threat of a railroad strike, which probably won't happen. The mainstream media actually finally noticed the huge explosion of train robberies in LA County. They got covered by the Daily Mail in England because, of course, the United States mainstream media has been studiously ignoring the now millions of dollars in damage and piles of open packages in railroad sidings covering entire square mile areas due to all this. But yeah, there is the railroad, a couple of railroad unions put in their intent to strike notice, which means they probably won't have a strike, but they are seriously considering it.
Where are the Pinkertons when you need them? The old style Pinkertons.
They go bye-bye. They get sued now. Remember?
Yeah, I know.
That in this brave new world,
Hey, I
if you
know.
actually tried to do something about train robbers, you'd probably get sued and you'd lose. So between train robberies, escalating fuel prices, escalating truck part shortages, escalating terrible conditions for truckers as
Canuckistan.
workers, and the Canadian government enforcing inoculation requirements for international trucking going on, there's a whole lot of things right now that are going to continue to completely screw our supply chain. So shop local when you can. Try to buy 2 of a spare auto part instead of 1, so you have a second if something happens to the first one. And don't expect it to get any better for at least 3 years now, because the supply chain people that I've been watching and listening to are getting gloomier and gloomier.
These are
They sailed into this. These are logistics and supply chain people. This is what they do. They sailed into lockdown 1.0 saying, oh, great, live exercise. We're going to kick butt on this. They're now at the point where the old timers who came out of retirement because they wanted to join in the fun are saying, we're really screwed. The young ones are saying, okay, we can't get out of this. We are out of options. And don't get sick, because the medical supply chain is one of the most fragile right now. It's really, really looking bad. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, Goldstream. I guess the phrase Canuckistan is getting more and more
Relevant?
relevant. Yeah.
Becoming relevant.
Yep.
Mr. Trudeau, tear down this wall.
Yep. Exactly, Yuma. They've got some slow rolling blockages going on right now at different ports of entry. Yep. No more blood. Red Cross.
Yeah.
I hear that's primarily because of a lack of people to stick needles in arms. It's not lack of donors or anything else. I don't know if that's true or not.
Depends on where you are.
I think we need to, Yuma. Yeah, it's getting interesting. Pretty soon I have a feeling it's going to get real, and then it's going to get kinetic. So be ready.
Oh, you're such a pessimist.
It could change in a hurry, that's for sure. If things could get really bad.
Blind dude, however you pronounce that, it works. Pure blood forever or pure blood for Eva. Either way works. Yeah. Good luck, Yuma. I hope you can.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a COVID test tomorrow too, because I've got a procedure in a week, so I have to.
Here we go again.
Yeah. COVID for a day.
Yeah.
I agree, Goldstream.
Yeah, we have to be a little careful here too.
Yep.
Talk around the issue a little.
Seems likely to me. It also seems that they're just trying to support the narrative that they've been trying to promote that nobody's buying. Interesting. No, what happened? Yeah, right now you can buy lead pretty cheap. I was just at Sportsman's Warehouse, and Birdshot was running basically $2 a pound. You could buy a 25-pound bag for $45, 45 something. So that'd be a good way to get lead.
Well, that or a bunch of old car batteries or whatever.
Tire weights.
Yeah, tire weights
work.
idea. Lead weights work great.
Yep. Yeah, go to your tire shop.
Usually a lot of them guys already have somebody buying it, but not to say they won't sell to you though.
By the way, Goldstream, we make a joke about that because a couple weeks ago, I had to do another procedure. So I went and I got a COVID test in the morning. It came back positive. So I went in the evening and got another COVID test, and it came back negative. So I could continue with the procedure. Interestingly enough, I got a letter from the county health department saying I was now restricted to my home for
10 days or 14 days.
14 days or
yeah.
something, or until my doctor cleared me.
Or face civil or criminal penalties.
Yeah.
Yep. And so I got a letter just recently saying, yeah, your quarantine has been lifted. It's like, well, thanks, guys. Yep. Exactly, Goldstream. Wheel weights aren't terribly valuable because you can buy lead pretty cheap. I mean, birdshot is semi-fabricated and it's going for less than $2 a pound. Yeah. Now, Idaho, naughty. Little one, say your bad bear thing, but with Idaho instead.
Bad Idaho. Bad Idaho.
There you go. You now got the bad. Not against Omicron, you're not, Jeff. Let's see. Let's see. Anyhow, remember 2 weeks ago in the Zoom chat, I bragged about only having flu once as a kid. Sick 2 days later. Say, quit bragging.
It happens.
Quit bragging. Idaho thought that was funny, little one. I don't know if you remember, Idaho actually had Christmas dinner with us a couple of years ago. He happened to be in Tucson. I called him up, about something, and he said, so we invited him over for dinner. I went over and snatched him from his truck because he was just having to spend the night in his truck,
hanging out,
waiting for a delivery
the
the
life
next morning.
of a truck driver.
Yeah. So that was really cool. We all enjoyed it. That was nice, him having a nice home cooked Christmas dinner.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he was happy.
But that was
about
cool.
that.
Everybody really enjoyed his visit. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm still unperforated and plan to stay that way. Anyhow, for those who arrived late, I guess we'll do a quick recap. The smelting tests are going so-so. We're actually making gold right now. Let's see if I can actually get the, not really.
Not really. It's
that light. There you can see the bead in there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. We're getting some gold. Recovery still averaging below 50%. And thank you, Idaho. And so we're working on improving that. We're waiting for some litharge and stuff to show up. And the focus this week, if the for some reason I want to say DSMO.
Oh,
the solvent that I need. Wow, this getting old sucks. And but anyhow, the solvent I need to keep going on the assaying should be showing up this week, and so I'll be probably turning more focus to the solution assay testing and seeing what I can do there. Plus, working on the super secret project that hopefully there you go, Chris. Thank you.
I couldn't. I was trying to put the letters together. Chris going, oh crap.
Yeah. Well, I say, I'm not going to mix it with the DMSO. I wonder if DMSO would work. It's too water soluble, I would think.
End up with a bomb.
Look at sports. That's what I'm thinking, Kodak. By the way, does anyone know why on that last video, and it was the thumbnail for tonight's thing, the one QPEL has a red adsorption area and the other has a kind of a yellowish or maybe a chartreuse
yellow
one?
tin color.
Anyone got an idea on that one?
It's got to be in our temperature problem or something.
It might be the temperature. It might be something else. I mean, for all I know, that's gold. It's been, according to the thing, that one there was right around $600 because it's the programmable one. And because we're going to be, okay, Yukon, thank you. Yeah, but it works really nice. It's 110 volts, gets up to 2200 degrees, supposedly. Never tried to take it that hard. But you can program temperature profiles and all kinds of stuff into it. That's my guess, Chris. I'm thinking maybe gold. That bead was so small, it might have been getting enough heat that the gold itself was oxidizing and soaking into the cupel. According to the book you recommended, it says it can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's possible too, Chris.
I don't know. The other one had split shot too. No blind dude. Right now, I'm just leaving it as it is. The guy who distributes those kilns doesn't have a good instruction booklet for it, and I was writing one for my use anyhow. So I was figuring I'd trade him. I'll bet you I can get it. The switch is stuck on, and the unit only operates when programmed, so not a big issue. It's completely functional, so I don't see a problem. I can turn it off with the programming functions, so I don't need the switch. Possibly, Chris. I think maybe just cooking it too much. Don't even need to plug in, as I say, Kodak. I just hit the
programmer,
the up arrow, and it goes from run to stop.
Yeah.
And everything shuts down, except it's ready to be, turned back to run again. Let's see. Made in China quality, pretty much. I'm guessing that's where it came from. Don't know for sure. I haven't bothered reading the label. It might be American made, but it seems to do the job quite well.
Yeah, it's a nice little oven.
I have gotten recommendations that I should line the bottom with something to prevent spills from causing problems. There's something called Satanite. I love that name. That might work out well. Okay, Chris, I got a lot of reading to do on this. I can do that. If nothing's here tomorrow, I can do that and do my temperature profile form too. The solid to liquid is 1946. I'm not sure what the boiling point is. Let's see. Night don't sound good. Well, only if you're highly religious. I just, for a fire resistant thing. Let's see. So boiling point of gold. Gold boils at 5,300 Fahrenheit, but it can vaporize at lower temperatures than that. It can also oxidize at the elevated temperatures in the furnace. And then the gold oxide also soaks into the cupel just like lead oxide does. Interesting, Idaho. That would depend, sports, on, first of all, permitting is going to be a huge issue depending upon where you're at. If you exclude the cost of the tailings pad, etc., the leach tanks and pumps and all that other stuff, a few $1,000. The resin system, I mean, that was $200 for all that stuff. Since we still don't have a guaranteed high efficiency recovery of gold from the resin system, it's hard to tell. But either way we go about, it should be less than $1,000. So I say you're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 10,000 for all the equipment and stuff, the ancillary stuff, besides the tailings pad itself. And I'm working on something that may make it even simpler and cheaper. But we shall see what we shall see. But it's not terribly expensive. The big question mark would be, what would it take to get it permitted where you're at? You know? Yeah, I would agree with Chris. You know?
Yeah.
It'd be hard to do it for less than 5, not unless you already had some of the stuff. But that's where we're trying to make it as simple and inexpensive to get started as possible. That resin really works well.
As you scale up to a ton a day or 2 tons a day, though, that's, that cost scales too.
Yeah.
Because of tanks and how you're doing it.
Tanks, impact mills, fuel,
elevators,
all kinds of things. Yep. Oh. So hopefully this week I'll get the MIBK.
Yeah.
And get that other figured out. If the chemistry is doing what I think it's doing, I should be able to, if the paper is essentially very similar to the paper I used to use, the test paper. Now that is anything but guaranteed. Possibly sports. We're considering such things. Also selling individual components. I mean, you could think like, Mount Baker, they can sell you a whole turnkey system, or they can sell you just a jaw crusher or whatever, Yeah. I agree, sports. And as I get more knowledgeable too, then I become more valuable as a tech rep too. Hey, Chris, we could drop ship it for a small fee. We don't even have to buy the stuff. If we get
if you have your suppliers, you got to figure it out.
We just get it for a wholesale price, sell it for the retail price, straight from the supplier to the end product, and keep the arbitrage. Never touches my greedy little gold stained hands. Yep. It's just like I'm selling plans for for my impact mill. In some cases, people just want to, they have the skills, etc., and they want the least expensive way to do it. Other times, I mean, gosh, I can't imagine how much it would cost to have shipped one of those mills to Tricky Dicky or
way more. It's
Australia.
It's out of the realm of reality anymore, I think.
Yeah.
It'd be different if you could fill a whole container full of them and have them sold on the other end, but
yeah. I was saying, and
even now, I'm not so sure you could do that.
Well, some people don't have the skills or the whatever to do it, so they need to buy
a unit, a setup.
Well, I'm sorry, Terry. My body just likes to go sleepy poos. I'm sure it would, Goldstream. I forget where it was Rick Jobling. Yeah. I'm not sure where he was at. I mean, obviously I had to give I had to have an address to mail it to, but I forgot. But anyhow, um, and yeah, I'm sure it would have cost a heck of a lot more than the mill itself. Yeah, but I'm looking at all the angles, and that's one reason why I say we have a super secret project, because it may be something that's easy to do, um, is very suited for the micro miner, not terribly suited for the big miners.
No.
It'd be too inefficient for them. They're perfectly willing to spend, $10 million to save 1% efficiency. And it may be patentable, so I got to keep it quiet for the moment. Oh, I do consulting and stuff like that right now. I'm just so busy that I don't. But my standard rate was $150 a day plus expenses, and still is, as far as I know. It's just I don't have anything to do in the wintertime here. No, the Satanite is just because it's for really hot material. I forgot he had some other stuff too. I forget what the name of that was, but I thought that was a pretty good name also.
Could take the heat.
Yeah, but it's for kilns where you really got to take the heat.
Black Demon or something?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't anything like that. I forget. Let's see, what was the name of that company? Well, just a second. Let me. Oops. No.
Was a castable refractory there, it said.
Refractory
mortar.
No, the guy makes some nice forges too. See, like this is one of his forges.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's the guy's name? Yeah. But yeah, he was something. Yeah, see, it's a coating for KO wool. And I forget where the guy's name. I don't think it's Bladesmith Forum or Bladesmith. Harbison Walker product and considered a mortar. That's not where I bought it from. Anyhow, it's going to take too long, but it was pretty funny. We don't have room for any bricks or anything in that kiln. It's a real small kiln. No, I forget the name of it, the company, but anyhow, he makes forges and stuff, and this is something he sells along with the forges to make them last longer. It's something you can paint over your KO wool to give it a refractory coating, and so you can try that on the bottom of the kiln and the door of the kiln there.
Yeah.
So anyhow, that's kind of what I'm doing, and someday I'll fix the switch. I presume everyone liked me leaving that in the video there.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, it was one of them oh shit moments.
Yeah, precisely. Did you hear you?
Yeah. Yes. Oh.
No, you said oh shit.
Yeah, I know I did. I remember.
Yeah, it was pretty hilarious. I'm sure there's some kind of a sheet refractory you could put into them too, John. Oh no, Jim didn't do anything wrong. Say what happened was I had the crucible sitting in a scorifier dish so that if it spilled over, it would be caught in the dish. And you can't get two scorifiers quite in that kiln. It looks like you can, but the dish was actually touching the door. And so the dish stuck to the door. And when I opened it up, it kind of pulled apart way out. When I grabbed the crucible and pulled it up, then the scorifier, which is already half out of the kiln, falls down, and thing got interesting.
It had to lean against the switch, just perfect.
Yeah, I was say as long as it didn't hit the programming part, it's not a critical thing. The on-off switch is not that big a deal, but I will get it fixed someday. But not a priority issue at this moment. Oh, still 41 degrees outside, huh? Man. Yeah, it was pretty exciting, especially as then when I took the crucible. And by the way, so ceramic crucibles, screw them. Don't use them. Okay, they're too fragile. Okay, so I get it, and I'm down there with it, and I realized what was going on there, so I set it down real quick, and that broke it. And then get that off of there. Yeah. Well, see, look at that, Jeff. You're only 7 degrees warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It felt almost like summer today. It was really nice out.
We're just having to struggle. The reason I'm yawning is I'm getting dehydrated. So my mind is going, Good, Chris. That's why I left it in there. I thought it was hilarious.
It was just a typical thing that, happens.
I don't know, Jeff. It's one of those things that's, where would you put it? You got to keep all the electronics under the thing for cooling. Yeah, blind dude, are you trying to practice like Jason up there at Flower Gold Wizards? Well, I try, if I think something's humorous, even if it's not terribly complimentary to me, I try and leave it in there so that you guys can get a good laugh out of it, So that's why it was there. That it was funnier on the video than in reality, I must admit, though.
Yeah, it was.
FLOUR Gold Wizard. Yeah, Flower Gold Wizard channel, YouTube.
Yeah.
Guy named Jason up in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. This guy's crazy, man. He goes out there, breaks the ice to get to the flowing water, and then is panning gold with his bare hands while his pan is icing up. Now, I think I'm a reasonably tough guy, but I tell you what, that guy is a lot tougher than me. I'll tell you what. Yeah, there you go. That'll work, Lars.
Yeah.
We might, Jeff. Yeah, Wolfman. Dude is tough. He looks like he's pretty big too. I can't tell, but I mean, he looks like a big, stout construction worker kind of guy. His nickname is Jason the Mason. So I think he's a. It needs an eyebrow. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking.
Door. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be wouldn't be a dumb idea, but it was just one of them freak things. It couldn't have happened any better than it did. It was just, right, the perfect spot. There it is.
If it had rolled forward, if it had just hit the thing and sat there, it would have been fine. It rolled back. Yeah, blind dude. They don't have really big chunky gold up there in Wisconsin, apparently.
No.
But he's pretty good at explaining what he's doing and why he's doing it. But yeah, it's the camera pose. He was holding the camera. That's how come the oh shit is pretty clear.
all of a sudden it lit up. The plastic.
Yeah,
burned.
the flame got the attention.
There was a
yeah.
flame. All of a sudden, it was like, oh boy.
Yeah, if you could give me an actual name, that might help, Kodak.
Must
Yeah.
be a fire break.
That's what he says. They're 1/2-inch thick fire bricks. Yeah. So anyhow, so it was it was interesting, very interesting. Excellent, blind dude.
Cool.
It's got a lot of cracks in it, or is it fairly smooth?
Well, got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how heavy those little beads are. I mean, a little dinky bead.
Yeah.
That one's maybe the size of a
About
the size of a BB.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
1/2 gram. Wow. Smooth so far, yeah. Well, hopefully you can find some cracks or whatever. That'll help. You can cut it with a handsaw. I've got a carbide tipped hacksaw blade for my Sawzall. That sounds pretty good, Kodak.
Yeah.
Soft bricks, huh? Let's see, soft bricks. See what the availability is.
Well, thanks.
You're welcome,
You know, and
sports.
if anybody has questions on, that leasing and stuff, fire them off at us. And
Wow.
Okay, Chris.
I
have my ways.
A serious issue in Canada.
What?
Oh, yeah.
The company Bistac Enterprises and Bistac Groceries are
Yeah.
recalling every single product they make due to an incredible rat infestation.
And nobody noticed the rat infestation?
Salmonella outbreak from said rat infestation. They're recalling everything. A blanket recall.
Now, this is a bread company?
It just says Bistac Enterprises and Bistac Groceries.
Huh.
It's a blanket recall of everything they make.
Let's see who the heck
So
they
if
are.
you're Canadian and you have any Bistac food,
Is
in
it
your
TAC? Spell it.
Bistak? Bistac Groceries.
Mistake.
That's
Afro
Bistac.
Caribbean store.
Yep.
Okay, so they're apparently an ethnic grocer then.
Yeah. They're doing a blanket recall on all of their food.
Wow.
Hmm.
Huh. Well, that's weird. I've never heard of them either. Oh, that's one of the rats. That's the big rat.
That's only one of many.
Sure, let us know, John. The soft bricks won't last. Flux will cut through them like styrofoam, possibly. Yeah, Goldstream, that seems reasonable. I mean, we shouldn't abuse them that way. But AU minor, that Satanite, it's got fairly good resistance, correct? The problem with the scorifier dishes is they tend to get a little bit of stuff on them eventually, and then they tend to stick to the bottom of the crucibles. But I'm thinking I could probably take some sandpaper and deal with that.
Maybe.
Yep. Borax is not known for its hardness.
But it certainly gets fluffy in the oven.
Yeah. Well,
That was cool.
regular
Yeah.
borax, not anhydrous.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh. Yeah, I should be able to just take sandpaper and clean them out, right, Chris? If it's just got a little glaze on them. Oh.
Interesting.
Oh, Biden apparently spent 25% of his first year in office in Delaware.
Now, can we get that to 100?
Yeah.
Soda ash is the worst. Well, since I'm using that, it's likely to be an issue. I notice my crucibles are getting a little smaller on the bottom now from the flux. Oh,
Don't do that.
don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do what? I don't know
The
what
yawning
you're talking
thing.
about. It eats things quick, huh? Kind of like a vice president. Soda ash will eat up your crucible bed. Well, that explains the erosion. Because the soda ash seems to be helping out quite a bit too. We'll see. That's possible, Roberts. He had a video just recently where he was heading out to the field to do his stuff, and his dog Rigby's on the seat beside him. And he takes the camera and pans over to Rigby and everything. And the look on that dog's face, I wrote him, I said, looking at Rigby's face, it looks like he's saying, "You're kidding, right?" And Jason goes back and says, "That was my thought too." But yeah, it's just so funny because Rigby's sitting there with his head just down a little bit, kind of looking up, like this. Like, yeah, what are you thinking of doing here? Yeah, that's why I'm looking at painting it with that Satanite, which is supposed to be pretty.
Give you a liner.
Yeah. Well, it would depend upon how much black sand you had, Jeff. If you've got tons of it, it's one thing. If you got a few pounds of it, it's a different thing. And it also depends on where the black sands come from. Some might not. The stuff that Coulter from Mining Magnets sent me to check that very thing out, it was running, was it 0.03?
Yeah, it
0.04 ounces
it
per
wasn't
ton,
worth
something, yeah.
handling it. It'd be way too labor intensive for the amount of money. So you definitely want to check it and maybe even send samples in and actually have it assayed just to see what the results say are in it. But in a lot of cases, you're going to have way more time in it than the gold you'll recover from it. But if there's something else in there, if you've got, some other value in there, you definitely would want to know that, Jeff.
First, you got to find out what's in it before you can figure out what you need to get it out. In terms of a blue bowl, Chris has a lot more experience than what I do. From what I can tell, they work fine as long as the material is well classified and you're not looking down to get micro fine gold. Okay. Well, if your black sand is running 6.2 ounces per ton and you've got a fair amount of it, then the leaching would make
very
sense.
Profitable. Yeah.
Yeah. That's high grade gold ore. Yeah, that's a lot more than what I'm processing. But again, how much do you have? Do you have 10 pounds or do you have 10 tons? Big difference. Let's suppose you had 100, well, let's say 200 pounds. It's a tenth of a ton. So that would be 0.6 ounces, which gives you about $1,000. If it takes you $1,000 to set up, then you've now broken even. But how much do you get? How much black sand do you get per year? That sort of thing. Mercury has been used on black sands, but we're not supposed to talk about mercury anymore.
Your magnet will, when it grabs that black sand, will carry some gold over. Yeah, it gives you, it's a good winter project. If you got enough black sand, a couple 55-gallon drums of it sitting there, you got a winter full of fun. But
3541. Now is that Rutland Products? They have a website or whatever? Or do I need to get it through someone else, gold miner?
Should go to the manufacturer and then follow it from there.
Yeah. Yeah, it never hurts to check your black sand.
Oh no, you want to check it.
Amazon? Okay. Got it. Ace Hardware? Okay. Was gravel like you worked in the Middle Fork of the Boise a couple of years back? The gold there was gravity extractable. So if you can gravity extract it, you don't need to use the leaching. Yeah, John, exactly. Jeff's dog is hitting me when he's typing. Well, maybe he's trying to keep you from making a mistake. I don't know.
The dog is hitting you while it's typing?
Well,
Okay.
He's typing.
Well, Jeff is typing. It's probably thinking of how hot it is in Florida. Oh, he wants food, huh? Yeah, Chris, pretty much like cyanide up here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris.
Plus, you also have a problem that there's always people trying to stoke fear for personal gain. For example, an environmental organization might exaggerate the fear of, say, cyanide or mercury to get donations and things like that. Cities, Sittyys.
I think it's Smitty's down at the wood stove store down on Montana.
Lauren, is that Cities or Smitty's?
I think it's Smitty's.
Okay.
That's true, Lars. You can do that. Just get castable refractory, make your own pilth blocks. That's what I did in my little.
I've got some castable refractory.
Yeah, I just made some little deals myself, just so I had some, flat spot.
Smitty's.
Yeah, Smitty's stove. He's down on Montana as you go out on the.
Then we know why you're blind, dude.
Yeah, and your teeth are falling out, right?
Yeah.
Hair's all white.
Yeah, Lauren. As I left a message with your wife with my phone number. You can call if you're in town sometime. I think you're in town here. I know you're here today, but I think you live close by here. But anyhow, yeah, call up sometime and we'll see about getting together.
Yeah, hat is a hatter. Yep, that's where the term comes from, guys.
That's right. I'm still not exactly sure why they use the mercury in making the hats.
To felt the beaver pelts. And mercury worked really good to felt the
Mercury works excellent
bind
for
the
felting
beaver.
felt.
Yeah, to bind the fur.
Mercury
Causeway
was
fisherman.
a staple in a
Oh,
lot
you're
of
the
felting
guy I
felts.
saw out there at the causeway that one time, huh? Yeah. I'm terrible with names, Lauren. I'm sorry, but yeah, we got to get together sometime. It's winter. We can get together now. Oh, I still haven't done any ice fishing. How hot is it in the Philippines? I'm guessing probably about
Really
75 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
It may be cooler because of that volcano.
Yeah, Miller table is really tedious. Roberts, I usually use a pan because
It's quicker than a Miller table.
well, it's not just that, but even a little cleanup sluice, you're sitting there with a spoon doing this stuff, and yeah, that'd be great, Lauren. Yeah, you got my phone number now. I sent it to your wife, so give me a call sometime. But yeah, the problem that a lot of people have with panning is they don't want to lose any gold. And they think that by using small amounts in a pan and then panning very, very carefully over an extended period of time, they can minimize their losses. And while that is true, it also takes an enormous amount of time when you're panning 2 tablespoons at a whack. So what you do, folks, is you take your pan and you fill it up about half full. And you shake it pretty good and you run over and let maybe a quarter of it go out. Stop, bring it back to flat, do it again, same thing, and keep doing that. Because don't worry about the gold as long as everything that's going out of the pan is clean. You can worry about the gold later. And what's happening is everyone's worried about the gold instead of getting rid of the crap.
Right, get rid of the material.
So,
exactly.
So that's what you want to do, is get rid of the material instead of worry about
that little bit of gold.
That little bit of gold. Once you get it down to a couple, 3 tablespoons, then you can do your fancy, really careful panning. But until then, you're trying to get some concentrate. Like, I've seen Jason, for example, take, the equivalent of maybe half a pan here, and or even less, and he's taking with a spoon through his.
I've done that myself, trying to just get right down to that last little bit, and you're right. It's easier to just pan it into another pan if you want, and then go back through that later, but keep refining it till you get down to that minimal amount of material to work on to clean.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking things like a Miller table, it should be really concentrated before you ever get to that point. To the whole and the whole idea is speed. Minimize your losses, maximize your speed. You can't do that 2 tablespoons at a time. And when you're running through a cleanup sluice, you've got a risk of losses anyway.
Oh yeah, I don't care what piece of equipment you're using. You have a chance of losses if you're not double checking, what's going on and how you're doing it. Yeah, that'd be another thing, is some good high fire tile.
Yeah. Yeah, blind dude, that's the thing. If you get nervous, just go ahead and pan it, catch it, and repan it, and see what happens.
Yeah.
I was shocked when Coulter was over here and we panned that black poison.
Yeah.
Because he was panning in a very conventional way. Looked like very careful. I didn't see any gold going out of the pan. He lost like a third of it. Never saw it.
Yeah.
But that's because he wasn't bringing it back to flat and getting the gold back down on the bottom.
That
Get it
black
out.
poison is tough stuff to pan.
Well, that was a lot of heavies in that stuff.
Yes, blind
and
dude.
Various sizes. They had a good mix of stuff going there.
Yeah, blind dude. If you got too slow a water flow, it's going to mess you up in a sluice. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's actually worse. Lack of water is actually worse than too much water. I mean, too much water can float gold too, but you really got to get to a high point of water or velocity. But too little bit of water will actually carry the gold right over the riffles and just keep pushing it right out the box. So water flow can be a really bad issue for, an operation if you're not careful. Or clean water, or fairly clean water. The viscosity of your water gets too tight, too high of a viscosity, you can lose a lot of gold too, because you're not getting that separation in the water stream either.
Yeah, blind dude. If you lose your pump and it shuts down your sluice, clean it out again and restart.
Yep.
Yeah. Because when you first go to restart, all your riffles are plugged.
Yep.
And it's just things are going to carry over and it's likely to pick some stuff up. Yep. Yep. When in doubt, you can always just capture it all and do it again.
Yeah, your cleanup recovery system should always have redundancy. You should be going into a water tank or another pan that you can always try to rerun those tailings just to see.
Yukon?
That's not true.
That's not correct.
Some gold will not adhere.
It can be either coated or it can be too small.
Yep.
The stuff I've got won't work.
If there's any magnesium coating on the gold or that, it's actually manganese. You're right. Excuse me. Manganese. It won't touch. The mercury won't touch it. So you got to be careful there.
Yeah, I say everything's got its limitations. There's things that, nothing works well for everything, or there'd only be one recovery system.
Yeah.
Six-inch wide sluice, 2 gallons a minute. Seems kind of light to me, doesn't it?
That sounds awful light to me too.
Yeah.
That sounds way light.
Jeff, it all depends on the gold. I saw a cube up at the middle fork of the Boise River near Atlanta, Idaho, that was doing a great job on dredge concentrates. I could not find any gold in the tailings from that gold cube. On the other hand, that gold cube that we tried down in Arizona against the hard rock stuff, it was losing over 50%. Bigger than flakes of glitter. That's pretty good sized gold, blind dude.
A 1 foot sluice, if I remember correctly, I got my notes somewhere, but a 1 foot wide sluice should be running at about 160 gallons a minute, I believe.
Yeah, I think 2 gallons a minute.
Actually, probably light. Closer to 180 gallons a minute in a 1 foot wide. So you can work the numbers backwards, but you need a fair amount of water. That way you can get a slipstream above your riffles that as the lights come up, they enter the slipstream. You get separation below that slipstream, but you get the carrying effect of getting the lights out of the box in the slipstream.
Chris is looking 400 gallons per minute for 16-inch wide. No, Melinda, I haven't had a chance to try that yet. I've been pretty busy. I don't know if it's got to be that fine gold stream, but it does need to be classified. I'm thinking that guy had a little classifier trommel on it, and I'm thinking it was somewhere around quarter-inch punch plate.
Yeah, that's about right, because Bryce has one too. I'm going to say it's got to be 3/16 or quarter-inch holes in the little trommel. And then there's a coarser material That cube, I was impressed with the cube. Honestly, I've only used one a few times, but I was impressed with the recovery.
Yeah. Again,
We were double checking everything, and that cube was catching that gold.
Yeah. It's one of those things. There's nothing that works great on everything. So if you've got the chance where you know where your gold's coming from and you can check it against the equipment first, like go to a local prospecting club and tie a gold cube or a sluice with dream mat and this, that, and the other, that's the safest way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely have both, John. Yeah, somewhere around there, Chris. I think mine it was probably at the 150 mesh. It was really starting to lose it a lot. Yeah, I think that high banker kit was with the little trommel. That was a cute little trommel. I like that. Sounds plausible, Jeff. Might be a little light, but I'm not sure. Uh, 6 inches wide, 1,000 gallons an hour. I think you got plenty, but I'm not sure. 2,000. Chris is more likely to be accurate than I am. Test it. Test your tailings.
Yeah.
That's the way. Mica, yep. You can be yellow quartz, although I rarely see citrine. Pyroxide, you thinking more like a pyrite?
Yeah, that's where I would go with it. I would guess pyrites.
Pyrites usually aren't very yellow except chalcopyrite. Chalcopyrite can be very yellow. Oxidized iron pyrite can often be yellow, but fresh iron pyrite's usually kind of a gray with a light green to it. There's something called clay buster they used to sell, which the purpose was to break up clay. Not sure right now. Yeah, they lose efficiency fairly quickly. Yeah. Interesting, blind dude. Can you, when you're testing your feed before it gets this loose, you can pan gold out of that though, correct? He's kind of a Renaissance man, Agam.
He's our big help here on the background here.
He's our local rocket surgeon.
Yeah. Well, if it's a confined system, a recirculating system or something, you can increase the salinity of the water. It'll help break up the salt some just by adding salt.
You mean break up the clay?
The clay, yeah. Excuse me. Break up the clay using salt.
Glad you got the joke, Agam. Chris is smart. We had another guy earlier. I forget his name. 3 letters. Remember that much. And he's supposed to be a better chemist than Chris. Slide, something like that. Sill? I forget. Yeah, that's entirely possible, blind dude. Sometimes you need a distributor of some sort. Sin. There you go. Yeah. There's some really smart and experienced people here, Agam. So it's almost any question you ask, somebody will have a good idea on it. Some people will even have answers. Yeah, Sin. Just letting know we have a visitor, Agam, that apparently so, Chris. He was asking some questions and just explaining the
We're talking about all
expertise floating
the
around.
good guys we have on the channel here.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing last night, but not reading with Gold Prospector Space. You know. Oh. Only I was working in the kitchen, slicing and dicing pork.
I
Yeah.
sliced some stuff too.
Yes, you did.
That's
Yeah.
good.
See the pork down? Oh, you can't see it here. It's in the closet
We
already.
can.
Yeah.
Good.
I told Professor Hardrock he has to turn my other 921 canner into a freeze dryer.
Might be able to do it. She had a good idea, but apparently it may be a little out of the reach of practicality. Because I guess you need to freeze dry the stuff to like 40 below first. But the thought was, well, if you got to freeze it and then you put it under a vacuum, why not just wait till it's a cold night and put it out on the porch? You know, because it gets down to 20 below.
I don't know if that'll actually
Yeah.
freeze dry it.
Well, you have to put it under a
Right,
vacuum.
yeah.
But you know that 921 canner,
Yeah.
a pressure chamber is a vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
You know. So.
I am confident that you will figure it out.
Not around here, Jeff. We have deer in town, but not bears, except for me, of course.
Well, you never know.
No, but we were thinking of freeze drying food by freeze drying it on a very cold night where it's like 20 below. Put the large pressure cooker out there with a hose to the outlet, and
Vacuum it?
put a vacuum on it and freeze dry the food. Yeah, apparently you need to do stuff like that too, Chris. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, it was an idea. What temp? Tonight it's only going to be maybe freezing. It's 43 right now. Oh, metals, permit timing, land packages, etc. Stay away from California. I think Canada is getting pretty tough too. Goldstream can give you some direct on that if he's still in here. No, it only gets 20 below zero. You'd have to add vacuum. But Agam, some of the western states aren't too bad.
Nevada and Arizona have been the two better ones for permitting and things going on. But
All the way along the Pacific coast, I'd be pretty hesitant. I know California is tough. Oregon and Washington, I don't have direct information on, but hard to tell.
what temp does the resin at? About, what, 850 degrees?
Well,
800 degrees?
I'm not absolutely certain, but somewhere between 600 and 1,000. I'm thinking it's probably in the 800 to 900 degrees Fahrenheit range. Chris, you got a good idea on that? What's the deal on dredging in Montana?
John, I don't know. I've never tried to pull a dredging permit. I know you can get them here. And I don't know what the limitations are. We have to call Department of Environmental, I suppose, and find out what the program is. They do have a dredging permit here, though.
What's the Omenica Belt, Goldstream? Where the heck is it?
Oh, huh.
I'll be back in a minute. Make sure you
Yeah.
catch Goldstream's answer.
Yeah, Alaska's a good one. Canada's been very good at working with mines. Short of British Columbia, I hear.
Oh, let me tell you something about that. British Columbia.
Well, as soon as you get back here. That's probably true, Chris. That it starts melting at a specific point and then starts smoking off. I was watching it the other day, and my guess was, pushing in at that 400, 450 range, but it was just a guess. Well, yeah, that's the problem, Goldstream, is we've had such bad push against mining for so long, and these crazies that, I mean, if there was ever a time we could successfully mine stuff with the technology and science we have, it's now. I mean, we could do a far better job with the environment than ever.
Yep. By the way, I was somewhere, it was on the internet, but it was one of the sources I do, which is usually pretty reliable. Apparently, there is some law, I think it's just in British Columbia. Goldstream, you can come in this, but basically it was like, we need to redress the grievances to the indigenous peoples, and therefore we need to give back the land we stole from them. So the indigenous peoples of British Columbia have filed claims for more than 100% of all the land in British Columbia. Because, first of all, you can imagine at one time, 100% of the land was basically the...
Yeah, right, but how far do you take that?
But the thing is, there's overlapping disputed territory, so each...
Right, it's more, like
group
you say, it's more than
obviously
100%.
Well, we were this far, and the other guy, well, we were this far, so yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, kind of like the island arc that hit southeastern Australia then, huh? Yep. See, Goldstream says, yep. They want to try and make things right, so give everything away and then let them fight over it. It's like, there's a reason they have statutes and limitations.
Well, there's a reason that, throughout history, different populations have been conquered,
Well, yeah, but the thing is, if you try and
it changes hands.
If you try and redress grievances throughout history, it's impossible.
You can't.
And you just screw everything up for everybody.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, you have to.
Yeah, somewhere, sometime. Yep. It's not like when the Europeans showed up, it was everyone was singing Kumbaya and
there wasn't anything
Peachy
here.
Keen. Yeah, they were fighting over stuff before we ever got here. We are focused primarily on precious metals, including gold, although we do discuss some other stuff. If one of us were to find a deposit of, say, lithium or rare earths, we would have a discussion, but that's not our focus.
We've had a few people that have followed us on here that are more into the crystals and some other stuff too. So, yeah.
Exactly. I say there's no piece of land on this planet that hasn't changed hands many times, except for Antarctica, because nobody could live there. That was kind of funny to find that even in Antarctica, with all the precautions, they were having a COVID epidemic. That was just hilarious.
Yeah.
Yep. everyone's vaxxed, everyone had tests.
We've all
Everything.
been there.
And now they're all
Nobody's come
sick.
in or out. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, doesn't that tell you something about Omicron?
Yeah.
Yep. Zero COVID is not realistic. I don't know, Roberts. Supposedly there is a cold hell somewhere too, you know. I don't blame them. You know, it's like somebody, when I was in Tucson, they were talking about the casinos or whatever, and you know, shouldn't we tax the casinos? And it's like, dude, we stole the land and everything else. As long as it's within the rules, leave them alone. You know,
Well,
if they want to take us for a ride,
What's sad
peacefully fine.
is our government and our media will give them voice. You got 3 people whining, and they make it sound like it's the majority, and it's not.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is they don't even give them voice. It's like, okay, that won't work. We've got a standard of law, and we've already got rules.
Farrell Mining District in Nevada. I do not.
No,
No.
I do not.
Someone here might. Does
Yeah.
anyone know about the Farrell Mining District in Nevada? Max, I guess, is a relative of the other Sharma that was here just moments ago.
Okay,
So I presume they're both watching.
cool. Well, it's neat. We've had quite
Yeah.
a few new people lately, and thank you for that.
Yeah. I hear there's a Stargate there. That's probably what it is.
Could be.
Oh.
Wow,
What?
Biden did it again.
What?
Even Dr. King's assassination did not have the worldwide impact that George Floyd's death did.
Okay.
That's not going to go over well.
Oh, the diamond mines up there finally didn't make it. Gosh, what was that one? Kind of halfway in a lake, they kind of did that. I know that there was a big rush up there in the Northwest Territories.
Oh yeah, big one.
Yeah, for diamonds.
Well, that's a funny market though too. Unless you can find enough big diamonds.
Yeah, it's a.
Yeah.
Well, even then, it's if you had too many of them, then it would flood the market. The International Diamond Cartel. Fun, blind dude. Well,
Yeah, I'm with blind dude here.
at least you're not going to forget it. You'll get plenty of reminders every year.
Oh no, it is the end of the world.
The problem with that, Roberts, is you still have to have some kind of functional fusion power system, which, as far as I know, they ain't even close yet.
We need nukes. Nukes are green. And Arizona sucks rocks. By the way, it's the end of the world, Bear. My iPhone account has been disabled and my Netflix account has been disabled.
Really?
Yeah.
By who?
No idea since I don't own an iPhone and I haven't had
Oh,
Netflix ever.
Okay. One of those, huh?
Yeah. Trey Bizarro.
Roberts, it's not the diamond, it's the metal in the ring. Yep, pretty much Goldstream. Yeah, jewelry sells at a huge premium to.
Yeah, really, the only thing worth buying in jewelry is pure metal chains or pure metal bands. Stones are a ripoff.
I don't
Yeah.
think so, John.
Just saying.
I always maintained we should mine this thing first, and then we'll worry about the other planets later. But
One time I saw a phrase that made sense. The meek shall inherit the earth. The rest of us will escape to the stars. I hope so, Roberts. Lovelock. Not familiar with Lovelock, Nevada either. Nevada's not my home state. There.
I'm not. I haven't done a lot of homework in Nevada.
Nevada is so
I've
empty.
heard there's a lot of good things to go look at, but I haven't been there yet.
It's amazing how empty it is. It's just long, long ways. I mean,
I've been in Nevada.
We were going actually towards Chris from Vegas, and we get out of town about 40 miles or whatever, and there's a sign, gas, it's coming up, and there's the next gas 76 miles or something.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I got dual tanks. And then we get to that gas station, then it says next gas 90 miles.
Yeah.
Like, okay. And after that, it's like next gas 115 miles. It's like, wow. Yeah.
There's this weird vibe.
I don't do vibes, but she does. So
Nevada has a bad vibe.
probably all the nuclear weapons tests.
Probably.
What was the whoa about, Max? Chris's answer or the emptiness? I don't know. It could be.
All I said was
I
Nevada
believe
has
it,
a
Goldstream.
bad
Canuckistan is even worse, I'm sure. And spare tires.
Yeah.
With my truck, we're going to need to carry more spares than that. Yep.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I just said Nevada had a weird vibe. I didn't say it had a bad vibe. It just had
Now
a
we were
weird-
talking about gas, I think. Well,
The distances.
the density of gas stations. Yeah. To someone who hasn't been in the United States or Australia or maybe Siberia, yeah, it's going to be pretty weird. The distances. I mean,
It's bigger than you think.
the
Desolate.
the people from back east, they show up out here and it's like, where's the next town? Yeah. And good luck, man. It's one state over from where you came from, maybe two states. Yeah, my truck is easy to fix. Exactly. PDAC. Not sure what PDAC is. Chris probably does. Actually, there's a Tesla station, a recharging station right there at Monida Pass, just as you come into Montana.
Yeah.
You cross the pass, you come in, I forget what that little town is.
There's a rest area there. There's a whole bank of Tesla.
And there's
stations.
6 Tesla superchargers sitting there by the rest area. It's hilarious.
There's a Tesla charger by the Super One grocery store.
Yeah, but that's into town.
What's the name of that town?
We used to pay 1 ounce gold for a helicopter to drop 55 gallons of gas in the 80s. Yeah. Prospector and Developers Association of Canada. I don't know. Goldstream might. He's from Canuckistan.
Yeah, we had a couple of Canadians on here.
Yeah, I forget the other one right off the bat. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, electric 4-wheel drive pickup truck is like, yeah, right.
Yeah, my question is, okay, you get whatever 300 miles out of a charge. If you're up here in the woods like we are, and you're chained up, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and the truck runs out of power.
Well, you can just deploy your solar cells.
Yeah, right.
It's a terrible idea. Let's put it that way.
And it takes what, 4 days to charge it back to a half a charge to get to town.
You can fire
I mean-
up the portable gasoline generator in the
Yeah.
back that's
Yeah, but
illegal in California.
Yeah, I can't get my head wrapped around the whole concept. It's not working.
Well, and the thing is too, electricity doesn't come from nowhere.
No.
It comes from fossil fuels.
Yeah, pretty much, or hydro, or something. You got to have something that's been procured.
Yeah, they seem to think that
Well, that's what I mean, Goldstream. It's like, okay, yeah, plug it into the generator, and 4 days later, you got almost enough battery to get back to town. That's going to be a lot of fun.
It's a ridiculous.
I mean, the
idea.
whole concept is insane. I mean, they're buying into it and thinking it's such a great concept. And it's like, no, I don't see it. You know, at least, you know, an old Chevy pickup or something, I don't care what happens to it. You can wrap that thing with baling wire somehow and you'll get home. You'll get back to town.
Jim and I and Eva live here in Montana, Helena, Montana, Yukon.
Yeah,
You could Kodak, you know, in some cases. Okay, so it's kind of like Mine Expo, but for Canada. We have Mine Expo in Las Vegas like every 4 years.
Yeah.
6,000 watt solar system. That's a pretty good system. But you're down in Florida too, I believe, Jeff. Up here it gets cloudy for lengths. I used to live in coastal Washington
The
State.
sun gets low enough even with the mountains here that, you know, like right now, January, February here, solar. I had solar up on the mountain.
Uh-huh.
And solar does work, especially just for a house. You can do enough solar and batteries and make that system work. There is a place for it, but I don't see it in vehicles. I just have a real hard time with that one.
Well,
they also lose so much range in really cold temperatures.
the batteries.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, you know, they're talking about batteries for our whole electric grid, and it's like, you know what? They've been trying that and finding out it's not working, and it's not so easy. But
Oh yeah, around here the wind generator. Yeah, that'll work real good a lot, Jeff. I would agree with that.
yeah,
100,000 watts.
that'd be a whole field full of them.
Yeah, that would be a pretty big one. I'm sure that's not yours, Jeff. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, John. I mean, that's same here in Montana. You get on the wrong side of the hill, and good luck with sun.
Yep.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying there isn't a place for it, but the idea of vehicles and that, maybe 50 years from now we really get to that point, it works. But right now, they're trying to sell something that they haven't perfected, and they won't for quite some time, I don't think.
Well,
Somebody has to start the process, but
we're very small miners, Max. These are basically individual prospectors and such as that. So Jim here, he's got a project that's been leased or optioned? How would you call it? Leased?
Yeah, leased.
Leased by a big or a mid-sized company.
Yeah.
You know, Tricky. We'll probably get banned from YouTube if they see that one. I presume that's in town here in Helena or up on the hill, Jeff? Yes. Yes. Solar hot water certainly can be cost effective.
Actually, solar well pumps, some of the stuff has really got a lot of potential.
Yeah.
But, depending on how it's set up, but up on the mountain.
Wow, that's a big system up there, Jeff.
Yeah.
A lot more than just silica sand.
Yeah. Silver.
Yep. There's lots of stuff in it that some of it's a lot more nasty to create than silica sand. Yep.
Wow.
It not only has a high initial cost, you have to have a storage system with it too. And they don't last forever either, although I don't know what the current durability
the
is.
recycling technology isn't keeping up with the new technology.
Yeah, the solar power has gone down, but I mean, coastal Washington doesn't matter when you don't see the sun for a month,
Oh, Minnesota and Wisconsin are the same way. You get
January,
January, February, I'm sure May.
7 hours long.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah,
Partially cloudy.
just
Hey, Tricky, I'm just trying to keep the channel alive. I haven't got ported to someplace else yet. Okay, Max. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't more than Matt Roberts. Yeah, the batteries is one of the big problems. Jeff, yeah, remote areas, it can make a lot of sense. Really, Roberts? Okay. I don't think it's the silica sand, Max. It's the refining it to the pure silicon that's really energy intensive. Yep. Cordless are good unless you need a lot of power for a long period of time. Hey, Ned.
Hey, Ned.
Good, Ned.
Hi, Ned.
Yeah, you kind of have to mine where the mine is, don't you?
I wonder if there's gold in Antarctica.
I'm guessing there's something under Antarctica, but
Yeah, I'm sure there is somewhere.
It'd have to be.
They got volcanoes.
Yeah, there is a mountain
Nuggets the
range
size
there
of
too.
basketballs under there.
What? Nuggets the size of basketballs? Who knows? Under a mile of ice, it doesn't matter.
Oh, now you're just being pessimistic.
No, I'm being practical. A mile of ice is not easy to get through, especially as it moves.
Yeah, that's.
I agree, Goldstream.
Yeah, I don't know. Kind of got off on lost the mining thing here a little bit, but.
No.
Hey, Ned, how, well, now you don't know how efficient you're on your recovery because you've got, you didn't have a good handle on how much is in the resin. I was just curious, but yeah, there's no way for you to know for sure. Max, they can make millions of dollars. Although a more reasonable thing would be, if you had a good high grade deposit, something that's mineable with 2 or 3 people running, 1 or 2 ounces to the ton, you could be making something on the order of $500 to $1,000 a day per person without too much trouble. Hey, Jeff, how much in trained value per ton is your ore? I know you put it up where it was 30 pounds of copper, 400 pounds of lead, and like 20 ounces of silver and something like that. Have you done the numbers? I mean, how many dollars per ton is that ore you've got up there, Jeff?
Roughly. You don't have to give us
Yeah.
all your details, but
yeah. But it can be pretty good money for an individual, or as like Jim
small
here
company.
has done.
Yeah, just
you find a good deposit and then you lease it
to somebody
to
else,
a bigger
right.
company.
We did it from the prospecting level where you go find them, which is boots on the ground and a lot of homework, and you build into it, and then you lease it to somebody bigger and go find another one or go work on the next project.
Okay, Max. Jeff's ore is running $2,400 to $3,200 per ton. And
they're mining 10 tons on a good day.
So,
which is a lot of ore to process and handle.
So,
especially where he's at, they're 6 miles off the beaten track, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Gruber. I mean, Ned. Yeah. So, as I say, it can go up to thousands of dollars a day. As a general rule, if you have a successful micro scale mine, you're going to be looking at $500 to $1,000 a day a person. Much less than that, and it starts becoming difficult to balance the expenses.
Yeah, and in Jeff's case, he's lucky that the mill is only 20 miles away and they will process.
That's the one at Radersburg, right?
Yeah, but that's been a problem here, is having no processing.
Yeah.
Or very limited in for a small scale operation.
Well, how old are you, Max? It might not be a bad idea to
continue your education.
Yeah, exactly.
We can just call you whatever we want,
Ned.
can't we? Come on, Ned.
Yeah. You're in your fourth year now? Well, yeah, you definitely have time to redirect yourself to some extent. Yeah. What country are you in, Max? Yeah, Goldstream. That's the problem with all these environmental rules. It used to be in Arizona, it was easy. If you had a quartz vein with gold, you just mined the quartz, hauled it to the smelter, and sold it to them for 80% of the entrained gold value. That was your processing.
That's what you did here. You either hauled it to
Canada,
East Helena, or you hauled it to Anaconda.
Yeah.
Or in some cases, they'd come out and take once you had the ore out, they'd come and get it.
Yeah, Max, there's a lot of potential, and I think that the long-term looks pretty good if we don't completely collapse the economy, which unfortunately is possible right now. All these new, the Green New Deal and all that other stuff, that requires a lot of mining that isn't there right now, because all that requires lithium and what do you call them? Rare earths and cobalt.
Yeah.
And
more lead, more everything.
Yeah.
Really more of everything. And it's all mining.
Recommend to learn micro scale mining. Let's see.
Well, even mining in general, there's a lot of avenues, whether you went into finance or worked for a mining company in the business level, management, chemistry, geology. There's a lot of ways to take this and still be within the mining industry.
Yeah. You're going to need, if you want to be going out and finding stuff, you're going to need some geology, field geology stuff, and with an emphasis on what they call orogenesis, or the making of ore bodies. There's a really good video series on YouTube called Ore Deposits 101 that is really well done to explain, what is it, the 9 major types of metallic ore deposits,
something like that.
And it's
a very good series.
Very good series, very educational.
It's understandable too. You don't have to be a scientist to understand it.
It was written for investment people.
Right, financial.
Yeah. So it wasn't made for geologists. And so that's very helpful there. I give you an idea of what you're looking at. If you're going to want to be prospecting and stuff, you want to like nature.
Correct, Max. Yep. It was by Sprott.
I presume do you like being in the field, or do you like more working in a building or an office or something like that? If you want to be working in a building all the time, then extractive metallurgy, learning how to get the valuable stuff out of the rock, puts you in a mill all the time. There's all kinds of geophysics and stuff where if you're doing the computing part and everything, you can get involved that way in the business end of the big scale mining, and then kind of translate that to the micro scale. There's just all kinds of ways you can go about it. But the question is, what part of micro scale mining or prospecting interests you the most? As a general rule, whatever interests you the most, you're going to put the most effort into.
Well, you'll learn more, and you'll learn the questions to ask more if it's something you like doing. Yeah. So, that's a good way to project yourself forward, is do things you like and that you're willing to learn more about.
Yeah. Kodak has good advice. Look at placer first, because it's the simplest to do on a small scale, placer gold mining. And seems to, I think that's very good thing. I call you micro scale, Lars. I have interested more in royalties and investing. Okay. Then you probably want to get more in, let's see, more in the degree end somewhere.
You want to be in finance.
Yeah.
And Canada has probably a better system to get into that, because most of the mining companies go through the Canadian Stock Exchange anyway.
Well, most of the small to mid-sized ones.
Most of your big money in mining's coming through Canada and New York City. And a lot of it that's in New York City is coming through out of Canada to begin with.
Yeah. So in that case, you're probably going to want to talk to some university department that kind of specializes in dealing with mining financing and stuff like that, and try and get a good handle on what they want. Because a long time ago, I went to the head of the geology department at U of A and said, I'm interested in becoming an extractive metallurgist. And he said, no, you aren't. I said, what do you mean? He says, yeah, extractive metallurgy, very specialized, very cyclical.
Yeah.
You may go 20 years and not be able to get a job. So what you really want to do is become a materials scientist. You want a material science
broader
with a firm background in extractive metallurgy. Because now you can work in a plastics factory. You could work at
a sand plant. Right.
Almost anywhere you can find a job. So again, by talking to people in a university department that basically trains people to do this, you'll get an insider's view of what that matters. And also, like you were talking about going to the big mining exposition, that's good too.
That's a good place to shake hands, meet people, find out what their backgrounds are, what they did, how they get there.
Yeah. And say people like to talk about their jobs. It's amazing. Look at us.
Yeah.
And so if you go to a mine expo like that or whatever and look around and just start chatting people up, it's hard to tell how much good information you can get. And therefore, sometimes those little tips like, no, this is not the way you want it. Like my nephew that was told, no, you don't want to have a degree in business, an MBA. That's not what you want. You want a degree in supply chain, because at the time he was going, that was the new thing. That was the big thing. So you get a degree in supply chain and then get a master's in business along with it. And that would be a lot better. But that's where you really need to talk to the people who are kind of in the market that you're looking at. And micro scale, yes, most of the small and medium-sized mining companies are based out of Canadian stock exchanges.
Right. Yeah. No,
absolutely.
A lot of the resource-based stuff goes through the Canadian Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
So you're in a good place to be able to move into, a higher level of that. Jeff's got a question, I guess, there.
My thoughts are, if it's that rich, I would see about crushing it myself, running a gravity extraction and skimming off the easy to recover gold, and then sending the rest to the mill. That would be my thought right quick.
Yeah.
Looking for the host rock carrying it. I haven't any thoughts without having any idea what I'm looking at. Yeah. You should be able to find some interesting information in the literature. If any of those mines or a nearby mine is in the literature, you can often get some detailed information.
Well, we're glad we can help you, Max. And we're here to help anybody we can, but sometimes we don't have all the answers either, but we'll sure try.
Yeah. And so, that's not our big field of expertise, but a lot of times the idea is you find someone who knows who you need to talk to, and then you talk to them. Yeah.
Well, that is how you do it, John. But there's more to it. Also, walking those hillsides, taking a lot of samples, Jeff. Jeff, you've been up there for how many years already? You keep asking the question and trying to find another answer, and then the next question comes up, and then you look for the answer to that one. And I've been up in them mountains over here for 10 years now, wandering aimlessly. I'm sure some of the people up there think I'm crazy, but that's
Think?
what it takes. Well, they probably know I am. No, I don't. But that's what it takes to put, answer the questions and try to figure out, okay, where is this coming from? What is the host rock, or what is the host scenario that put it here?
Max, I got an idea for you in just a minute. Are you complete?
Go
now?
ahead. Yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
And Max, another thing you can do, I believe TSXV is the Toronto Stock Exchange, Vancouver. I believe it's the Vancouver Stock Exchange,
Correct,
the big one.
correct.
But the thing is, another thing you can do is try and get, like in a trading company or something, even as just, an intern, grunt labor, whatever. But when you're there with people around you talking the business, etc., again, you can pick people's brains if you're there in person. So if you can find out, what's going on and how you can get involved in it in some way. Sometimes you can volunteer. There's some charity organization that they sponsor. So you go and you help out with this charity at the charity fundraiser.
It's Toronto. We are
Toronto.
wrong.
The Vancouver Stock Exchange has a lot of them on it.
Well, they said that it's
But anyhow, say if you can just get
gone.
Anywhere where there's a lot of these people in a fairly
Right.
relaxed environment, you start talking, you start learning, you learn the lingo, you learn how they think, you build some contacts, and good. That's an excellent thing, Max. Another thing, you appear to be relatively young, or since you're still going to college, but everyone out there, give Max some feedback on this question. As long as you show up for work on time, ready to work, you've now got 80% of the competition beat nowadays.
Yeah. I
Would
think
you agree with that,
Yeah,
guys?
are really close to it if it isn't 80.
Yeah, it's just so ridiculous nowadays. People, they show up at work. Well, I'm supposed to get paid for breathing. No, you're supposed to do something productive. And so this is where, if you just show up and you're relatively intelligent and you've got a good work ethic and you're not a whiner and you don't have any obvious issues like drugs or womenizing or something like that, right away, the competition looks bad compared to you.
Yeah.
And even though some guy may be theoretically a little more qualified, if they know he's got issues or she's got issues or whatever, then they may, well, let's try this guy out for this little job here and see how he works,
Well, the biggest part of learning is learn to ask questions and learn what questions to ask.
Yeah.
And you're going to start to learn and see where it goes. It's quite interesting sometimes where that leads you.
Oh, yeah. Once you start learning the lingo. Excellent.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you're going in a good direction, I think, Max, because in the future, all of this is really going to play a part in rebuilding an economy or getting back to some manufacturing.
I'm afraid we may be that way. Yeah.
Yeah, I think mining's going to become an integral part of this world.
And another thing too, Max, as you get closer to the subject, you'll find out what things really interest you, or what, a lot of things look really interesting from a distance. And then when you start doing them, you find out, wow, that's not nearly as much fun as I thought it would be.
Right.
But other things may be the other way. You think, well, that doesn't look like much fun. Then you get there and you go, this is actually a blast.
Yeah.
And the only way you find that out is by doing it.
It's the trip. Enjoy the trip.
Yep. So, yeah, try and find the area that contains the people that are doing the thing that you find interesting, and see how you can get in there and kind of mingle around and then play it by ear from there. Yep. Yep. So I think it's getting late now. We've been on for 3 hours.
Oh yeah, we made it.
No, started at
4.
6.
It's
We
10.
made our 4 hours
Four,
here.
plus 4 hours.
Yep.
Hey guys.
Yeah, and let us know how it works out, Max, too. You know, we're here
Yep.
every Monday, 6 o'clock Mountain Time is the standard thing. The only time it doesn't happen is when something really, really important gets in the way. Yeah, we're happy to help out. And good luck with your search for. What time is it for you? Right now, it is 10:16 Mountain Time. Okay. So it would be 4 hours and 50 minutes earlier than this is our normal startup time on Monday evenings.
That's my area, Jeff. Anything you want to know in that area, I could probably answer that question.
Yeah. So anyhow, let's say we're here every week, and we like to, things like the questions you ask really fire everybody up. It's fun, and we get them from all around the world. Wasn't it Badreddin from Algeria that called up about that one rock that one time?
Yeah, no, we've had some really interesting stuff on here.
Yeah.
That's, not always and not every night, but
yeah, I mean, we've had people there. Gruber there is from Australia.
it's 4:15 in Australia.
An old penal colony that's turning into a modern penal colony. And Jeff he normally works summers around here in Montana. Now he's in Florida for the winter. Good night, Max.
When you get back in the spring, Jeff, we'll have to meet up and sit
Have
down
some
and
fun.
have a barbecue one night here or something.
Yeah. All righty. Thanks for visiting, Max. Hey, Aries. Oh my goodness. But the on-off switch doesn't work. Once in a while. This wasn't bad.
Yeah, we get
Was
yeah,
it 2
no,
weeks
tonight-
ago? It just went
Yeah,
completely sideways.
really, you're way sideways there that one night.
Thanks for coming, Sin.
Hey, Sin, thanks for being here. All of you guys, thank you for the input, the questions.
Thank you, Melinda.
Yes, thanks, Melinda.
Appreciate it. Oh,
This has been a lot of fun, and it's been very rewarding and a lot of learning even for us.
And once he turns my old pressure canner into a freeze dryer, we'll be sure he makes a video.
Yep.
You can do it, Bear. I know you can.
probably to get 40 below, you just need dry ice and alcohol. An alcohol bath with dry ice in it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if that
Get the 40
DIY guy
below
did it
though.
on YouTube, you can do it too.
I believe it, Goldstream. You're just trying to get Eva there. That's what I know. I know what you're trying to do.
Thanks, Goldstream. At least we're having fun, right?
Everybody loves the tinfoil hat goddess.
Yes. All righty. Good night, everybody. Take care. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there. I'm looking forward to seeing your next stuff, Ned.
Yeah, Ned.